Thank you so much for joining us for our first budget work session. Budget work session day 1, this Tuesday at 9 a.m. I'm going to pass it over to our budget director, Keith Lane.
Thank you, Chair Lam. Good morning, Commissioners. Manager Hager, nice to see you all this morning. We've got a lot of slides to go through. I'm going to go through them relatively quickly, but feel free at any time to stop me and ask questions. You've seen a lot of this information before. As Claudia noted, this is as much for the public as it is you all in terms of a reminder of how we got to where we are, at least from a numerical standpoint, from a budget standpoint, so we'll get started. For the commissioners, and I was hoping we were going to get some of the newer commissioners, and they're here, I think, and Commissioner Val. This slide is important for you all to just sort of get a grasp of how our structure of our financial system works when we talk about the general fund and the benefits plan fund and capital financing plan fund, and we have fire districts, and we have all sorts. They're all funds, but they're in fund groups, and what I want you to see is over here on the left is this blue group of general funds. It's what our finance department would call a group of funds, but within that are separate funds. Each one of these funds has a separate and specific identity. 95% of the work that we do is in the general fund, that top little, that's a $688 million budget. But if you take all of these funds together and add up the dollars, that's where we get over $1 billion budget for the county. Money is moved from one fund to another, and I'll show you that a little bit later. Those are the arrows showing we collect money and we move money from the general fund to the benefits plan fund. We move ARPA dollars to the general fund. We move money to the debt service fund. This is just a sort of a visual representation I wanted to show you. This will make a little more sense, and I'll bring it up near the end of this presentation when we talk about the capital. Sorry, that's not what I wanted to hit. There we go. Within the general fund, we group departments, at least from a financial standpoint, in functional areas. General government is kind of what it sounds like. It's where our general internal service departments are, and a few external, like your Board of County Commissioners Department, the Budget Office, Veteran Services, General Services. They're all under the general government function. Human Services is exactly what it sounds like. It's a grouping of departments: public health, mental health, social services. I won't go through each of these, but I just want you to see the structure. And this is how the budget document is set up. You'll see a functional area and see the budget for a functional area, public safety, which includes the sheriff, and you'll see a budget for that. And then you'll see departments within that function, their budget. So it's just progressively going down in level of detail. Wanted to talk about 5-year trending that we have seen and are seeing for revenues and expenditures for the county. Real quick, just to give you sort of a larger overview of what we're experiencing. You will have already heard some of these outcomes and trends already, but we just need to repeat it. Sales tax interlocal with the city of Durham, we had that last year and changed to that last year, and we lost a little bit of sales tax because of that change in that interlocal. We still come out a winner on it. That's why we were willing to lose a little bit, because the other option was worse than that. But it was a revenue loss for us, not a big one, but a small one. Occupancy tax we lost because of state law changes. That will continue to be a loss, and over 2 years from now, it will go to zero. What was a $5 million annual revenue plus and growing revenue will go to zero. We have used fund balance, and we continue to use that, but we are continuing to use less until we get back in the business of our fund balance growing, our savings account growing. It currently hasn't grown. It's gone down a little bit, largely because our revenues have slowed and we have increasing expenditures. DPS funding, obviously that is a huge growth. In fact, it is the single biggest growing expenditure we have. And it dominates our budget. It's roughly 33% of our general fund is our DPS budget, and their annual request for additional funding far exceeds any other request for additional funding from any other department. Employee benefits. We'll talk about that number a little bit later, but this year alone it's going up for the 25-26 year, $6+ million. Capital improvement plan. This is where you pay the debt service on 2022 general obligation bonds that voters approved, that we're going to have to increase the payments and our debt service payments for that. Employee compensation, that's always an expenditure increase. This year for the general fund, for a 3% to 4% merit increase, that's going to be about $5.7 million, David, am I correct in that, for the general fund? Infrastructure funds are ending. What does that mean? Our ARPA funds are eventually going to run out. There was a great report Manager Hager sent out a couple of days ago that sort of showed a report of where all our ARPA dollars are going to, a lot of nonprofits. The problem, not a problem. The issues that will come from that, well, when those monies run out, there will be other people ready to ask the county for a bit additional dollars to continue that infrastructure spending.
Keith, may I pause for one
Yes,
second? And with the ARPA dollars, we have been very clear throughout the whole process with our community partners that once those dollars were no longer available, there was not a resource in local dollars to offset those expenses. We had nearly 45 community grant participants, and then we had other nonprofits that participated in larger grant allocations. This is a pressure that we didn't expect at the levels we are seeing now. A couple of years ago, we did as I shared, communicate, we didn't anticipate the county being able to absorb the dollars not being there, but at that time could not have imagined the shifting in state and local funds. So we are seeing more requests, more pressure, but right now it's been communicated and that we just don't have the funds to support those gaps.
Yes, sir.
Yes, good morning, Ms. Lane.
Yes, sir.
So you had talked about the occupancy tax. So just for my informational or situational awareness, as that goes down to zero in the out years, do we have the ability to see how that money is being spent?
Well, it will be going to Discover Durham or whatever their name is, Durham Next.
Yes, we will have the ability to see how those dollars are spent. We can also request, I know Susan Amy, the director, has been developing the strategy for the funds use. We can have them send that information to the board so they can see that.
Thank you.
I am, yes, the city manager and the county manager are also on that board for oversight.
Real quick, just as another 5-year trend, one that's happening this year, and you will hear more about it from Kiar a little bit later, our tax administrator, is revaluation effect. Their property valuations increased on average across the county 60%. There's an effect to that regardless of the tax rate you set at revenue neutral. Recommended budget increases the property tax rate 3.5 cents. There will be a significant effect on people's property tax bills if they are above the revaluation average, and there will be plenty of pieces of property that are above the revaluation average. We have asked departments already the last 2 years to hold their budgets, to reduce their operating budgets. We didn't do it this year. We had very little money to give to increase operating budgets, but just giving you an idea of the framework of the environment we've been in over the last several years. And lastly, this year, 24-25, the management instituted a hiring freeze on non-crucial county FTEs, and I suspect that will probably continue through 25-26. These are just sort of the headwinds, the environment we have. If I were to sum it up, we have slowing revenues growth, and we have increasing expenditure growth, and we have a sort of tightening of our ability to use and hire employees to help solve some of these problems. 25-26 manager budget priorities. I won't go through each of these in detail, but it's maintain the county's fiscal stability. That's number one for a reason, because the county has to exist through good times and bad times, and it's important that we are financially stable and fiscally secure regardless of the environment that we're working in. Definitely want to provide support for public safety services, and we'll show you that and have shown that in the manager's recommended budget. Provide adequate funding for Durham Public Schools. We think we're doing that with a $10+ million increase in funding, putting them at, I think, $216 million in current expense funding, something close to that. Want to support county employees with a merit increase, pay increase. Focus on reallocating existing positions to offset new positions. The manager's recommending 44+ new positions, but offsetting that with positions that were reallocated this year and another 24 she's planning to reallocate next year. So it's a net total of only 11 new positions this year. Provide services at the current level, part of staying fiscally stable and secure, and then provide adequate funding for planned capital projects. Remember, we're asking for a 1-cent tax rate increase to support 22 GO bond debt service payments we've got to pay for schools and various and sundry. Thanks. What does this all net out to? For 25-26, we started the year with $55 million, and you heard the manager talk about this in her message, worth of expenditure requests, but we only had $15 million in new revenue. Somehow we have to make up that difference. We have to cut the requested expenditures down and or raise the property tax rate, and that's what we've done. We did limit some of the expenditure requests and had to say no to a number of them. I'm sure if you asked departments, they might be upset about that, but we had to do it. Plus, we asked for a 3.5 cent property tax rate increase to close the gap between those two. What I want you to notice here, and I'll not go through all this, just some of the major revenue sources that net to that $15.3 million in new revenue. Property tax is our big growth area. Thank goodness every year it's steady. We're a great place to move into, still building and people moving in. So we had a plus $15.6 million in property tax revenue without a property tax rate increase. This is natural growth and it's important. But our sales tax growth, which had been booming, actually went backwards. Investment income did good. Register of Deeds is going backwards a little bit because housing sales are slowing. And our fund balances, we had to decrease the amount we had available because we've used fund balance in the last couple. You can only hit your savings account so many times before you have to slow down using it. That's effectively what we did. What I want to show you is the next slide. Just 2 years ago, look at that top number of new revenue you had before you needed a tax rate increase. Let me go back. Look at the top. $15.3 million this year you all had to spend on $6 million increases in insurance, $10 million for DPS. You're already over the amount we have with just those two things. Just 2 years ago, you had $30 million more in free revenue without a tax rate increase. This is the environment I keep harping on over and over. When I say revenue growth has slowed, this is what I mean. Next slide, we'll talk about revaluation and the revenue neutral.
Sorry, Keith.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we go back 2 slides? I just want to see, so where did we see the big, it was in sales tax and occupancy tax.
Sales tax mostly, occupancy tax, yes. Occupancy tax, we lost $1.6 million because of the state law change. Mm-hmm. That will lose another $1.6 million this year, maybe a little bit more. And then the third year, we'll lose another 1.6, and it'll just be gone. This goes to support your debt service payments, and we just have to replace it with property tax revenue, which is part of the reason we had to raise a 1 cent. We had increased expenditures in debt service from the 22 GO bonds, but we also lost a revenue source to pay for it.
Can you go to the next one? I'm just trying to see. I'm just trying to see like where bulk of that 30 million came from.
Look at sales tax.
Sales tax.
Chair Long, if I may, this points out where Keith often talks about the sales tax is such a key revenue, but it's also the one that's economically variable or affected. And if you look at these 2 slides, I think this year it looks like about $22 million in 23-24 was from sales tax revenue growth. Back during the pandemic, things were, the federal government was funding people's pockets to hopefully increase spending. So we saw some phenomenal sales tax growth, whereas this year we went from the $22 million 2 years ago to this year essentially flat, if you will. And that's where the economic variability of a key revenue is why we are cautious by nature in our office.
Thank you.
And can I point out the nuances with that? Go back to that slide. If you look at the general fund budget, you'll see it because it's a lot of rich information there. The sales tax number is $13.9 million. And then if you go back to and it's $15.6 million.
No, it's minus $600,000.
Minus 15, right, yes. Minus.
Not only is it there's no growth, you're going backwards.
Going backwards. And the second one, for our debt service, our capital finance plan dedicates sales taxes, historically occupancy tax, and then property tax to satisfy that debt. And that was a $9.7 million increase. And this year we're projecting a $597,000 decrease. And so that is the art of budgeting, because we're projecting so many months out. We knew there would be a shift in the economy based on the infrastructure dollars declining and some other market factors. we shall get through this, but it is a iterative process, and we're grateful for departments in how they've managed, because the strategy of holding positions in a freeze state is helping us meet other priorities, but that means there's more pressure on departments for service delivery. So I just wanted to slow down and just give some of those nuances. Thank you.
And Commissioner Burton had.
Yeah, I had a question, but I have a quick comment. So basically, all the stimulus and everything that the federal government did, it worked. It worked on, just, paying people, giving them extra money in their checks because they went out and spent and did what they needed to do. And it's clearly evident. But the question I had was about like how much money, and maybe this is in the budget, about the fund balance and how much we must keep in our fund balance, things like that.
Yep, so we will talk about the fund balance a little bit later. We manage to our policies, and we often will refine those, and our interim CFO will talk further about that. Our fund balance is maintained in the general fund and several other funds. There are several funds that comprise it. For a rating review, there are two funds that they're looking at, the general fund as well as the debt service fund. You want to make sure you have enough cash if an emergency happens to cover issues. And I will shift those conversations a little bit later. But we've purposely reduced our fund balance because it had gotten pretty high. It was close to 46%. And so we've now are in a 30% range. Trying to stay in a range in these tricky environments is a iterative process. And so, but we'll talk further about that later.
The revaluation and the revenue neutral, this is just a slide that just shows you what has happened in terms of the tax rate. Kiar will come up and talk about this in a little while, and he'll talk about an average valuation increase of all county property, real property in particular, well, total property, 60% increase in value. That's not chump change. That allowed us to drop the revenue neutral tax rate. The current tax rate this year is 79.87 cents. An equal tax rate for next year before any tax rate increase is 51.92 cents. What that would bring in, that's on a base of $85.8 billion worth of property valued in the county. Just wanted to give that overview real quick. What does it mean in reality? On top of that, Manager Hager has recommended a 3.5 cent tax rate increase. That would bring the property tax rate up from 51.92, 3.5 cents to 55.42 cents. 2.5 cents of that tax rate increase is for the general fund, and 1 cent is for the debt service fund, cause of loss of occupancy tax, but also increasing debt service payments we have to make. 1 cent of property tax brings in about $8.54 million. David can do the math over that. 3.5 cents brings in some amount. He'll do the math. Actually, it's down at the bottom. 21 plus 8. It's $29.9 million in new additional revenue to do the things that we want to do for the county. What does that mean for a house? You can look at the table and see that for a $300,000 house, that's $105 more in property tax needed because of a 3.5 cent tax rate increase. I will remind you, as David reminded me, that last night the city of Durham did their proposed budget. Does anybody have an idea of what the recommended city property tax rate increase is? Yes, Commissioner Burton.
It was like it's a little over 5 cents. Yeah.
5.48 cents. So if you're a city resident, it's a significant tax rate increase. All right, property tax rate increase for the county, I saw you, Claudia, is the general fund and the capital financing plan fund is up to 55.42 cents. The total general fund and CFP property tax revenue increase, remember that's natural growth of about 18 million, plus the 29 equals almost $50 million, $47.7 million in new revenue coming from natural growth in property tax revenue, plus a property tax rate. Remember, sales tax revenue, our second biggest revenue source, actually went backwards by $1.2 million. Normally, we'd like to see that growing by $5, $6, $7 million. We talked about property valuation growth. I just want you to see historically how it's grown. Look in 16, 17, 17, 18, 18. You're seeing 2%, 3%. Something happened around 21, 22, and 22, 23. You look at the growth kicked up into a higher gear. It was 4%, 3.2, 3.9% for this year. It's a magnitude higher. That's that natural growth in property tax revenue. Thank goodness it's growing at a higher rate because it's replacing some of the lost revenue in other places. I don't know if 4% on average a year growth in property tax revenue is sustainable for Durham County. Eventually, we will slow down. You can only grow so fast. The bigger you get, just inherently the growth you experience slows down. What does that mean in property tax revenue? This is not as complicated a graph as it looks like. David and I love it because we like graphs with lots of things on it. What I want you to see is that orange line is the tax rate increase in any one of those years. So in 1920, there was a 2.3 cent tax rate increase. In 21-22, a 1 cent. In 24-25, there was a 4.65 cent tax rate increase. Remember, we're looking only at the general fund, and there's 2.5 cents of the 3.5 requested for 25-26. The columns are the delta amounts of additional funding that's coming in. The blue part is the natural growth in revenue. The green part is what comes from a tax rate increase. What I want you to understand here is that look at the last 3 years, 23, 24, 24, 25, and 25, 26, versus the years before that. You see the amount of revenue needed to do the things that you all as a board and the county needs to do is significantly higher than the years before that. The question for all of us is that type of revenue growth needed? Is that sustainable year in and year out? Are you prepared to raise taxes every year, or are we prepared to do something else? But the growth in revenue just from this revenue source is magnitudes higher in the last 3 years compared to the 5 or 6 years before that. Does everybody understand this graph and get that? When we look at the total, it's the same graph, but this includes the capital financing plan fund. Remember, we have 1 cent there. You see the same story. You just see a higher tax rate. The last 3 years has seen a 3 cent tax rate increase, a 4.65 cent tax rate increase, and a 3.5 cent manager recommended property tax rate increase compared to the previous years. This is a historical property tax rate graph, and this goes all the way back, what did you say, David, 34 years, I think, all the way back to 1994. Each one of those red lines is where a revaluation occurred, and we had a new revenue neutral rate. At the time, 93, 94, the tax rate was 90 cents before that, and it dropped only to 87.84 as a revenue neutral. In the next revaluation in 2001 and 2, there was a tax rate currently at 92.97, and it dropped to 70. All that to be said, go to the last revaluation that Kiara's just carried out wonderfully. We're at 79.87 cents. We're down to 55.42. That includes the manager's recommended tax rate increase. It's the lowest tax rate Durham has seen in decades. But that's not the whole story. That is offset by the highest valuation Durham has ever seen. So it's not a win, but it just gives you a trending of how this all happens. Special tax districts, fire tax district. For the first time in a while, the fire tax districts, by and large, almost every one of them asked for a tax rate increase to pay for personnel, vehicle replacement, equipment replacement, and things of that nature. Sales tax. This is where we're going to tell the story of the second biggest revenue source we have. It's a negative total decrease of $1.23 million. That's not chump change. We get $130 million is what I'm estimating we're getting in sales tax this coming year. We won't know how that plays out. As Claudia said, we're doing projections 18 months in advance before we collect all of this revenue, hoping we'll collect 130. In fact, I hope we'll collect a little more than that. I hope my estimates are conservative. But it's a negative $1.2 million between the capital financing plan fund and the general fund. And each one of those funds adds up to the 1.23 at a negative 0.6 and 11.5. Let me show you 23, 24 like I did again at a previous slide. Look at how much increase in sales tax revenue you had. Think of it as free revenue. It's $21.8 million. I got a $1.23 million decrease this year. 2 years ago, I had a plus $21 million. Really, that difference is the difference between those two is about $24, $25 million that you have to make up if you want to keep spending this money with some other revenue source, which is property tax revenue. Historical sales tax revenue growth. There's a lot going on in this slide, but it really makes sense once you pay attention. The orange line is the actual revenue collected. The green line is our budgeted revenue. Basically, our green line is always trying to follow the orange line as best we can. What you start noting in 23, 24 is the peak amount of actual sales tax revenue we collected, and this year it dropped off a cliff. We budgeted $131 million. We're only estimated to collect 121. Maybe the last couple of months have come in. They haven't come in yet. We'll do better than I expect, and we'll make up that difference. But we could be anywhere from $5 to $10 million under budget this year, which is driving my lower recommended amount for next year. Does that make sense? All indications right now show me that sales tax are slowing. So the blue lines, again, are the delta amount. Look at how much we were averaging, $5 million in new sales tax, $3 million. Then we had a bad year in 2021. Does anyone know why we had a bad year in 2021? COVID shut everything down, including people buying stuff. But after the stimulus, after people came out of their foxholes and houses, look at the growth we had in sales tax from 21-22 to 23-24. When I talk about we eventually hit the top of a mountain and maximized the amount of growth we could have, inevitably it had to slow. I just didn't realize it would slow as much as it did, down to a negative. But we have to take that into account. And we're continuing to slow. And we have an economy that's a little unsettled, I would say at the least right now, with tariffs and any other. I don't feel comfortable looking at the economy growing by leaps and bounds. Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Jacobs.
Keith, I just want to say it's not, in terms of the decline in the sales tax revenue, I think we have to remember it's not just that we reached a peak. I think also understand there are now structural changes in how people work. And this is what we hear a lot nationally and here in Durham, is that without having office workers downtown, you're seeing people spending less money eating out for lunch and less people supporting local businesses downtown, things like that. So that's also one of the factors that's at play.
And services, the cost of buying your groceries has gone up significantly. They are not sales taxed by the county. Certain services, insurance, things that you pay that aren't sales tax that are growing, takes money out of your hand to go buy a shirt.
Right, inflation
in any number of areas have caused, and those headwinds are still here and getting worse. Other major revenue sources where we're seeing some growth and some slowing. Investment revenue, interest rates have gone significantly higher. That's great for our savings account. It hurts us on some other areas where we take out loans and long-term debt. But at least our investment revenue on the cash we have in hand is growing. So we get a plus $2 million there. Great, fantastic. State hold harmless funds, it's growing much slower than it has been in the past, and I'll show you that slide real quick, but that's a plus $1 million. EMS patient fees are actually going down close to $2 million. It's an area we need to look at a little bit closer. That's a significant revenue source for the county. Was it $16, $17 million, David? That's not chump change. The ability to collect because of some plan rules that are in place for people having long-term plans to pay has slowed that down, but that's an area we're going to look into to try to maximize that revenue growth. We need to. Register of Deeds fees have gone down $100,000. That's not a huge decrease, but that's a pretty good, clear indication of the local economy. It's related to home sales. When you buy homes and you have to pay 6 and 7 and 8% interest rates, there's not as many people available to buy homes. Plus, every house in Durham's now $600,000 or something like that, ridiculously priced, at least for the long timers. It's all slowing it down, which means we're not collecting fees on the sale of those houses. We talked about lower fund balance appropriation. We've hit our savings account a couple of times over the last couple of years, and the percentage of our fund balance as compared to our general fund has decreased, so we're not using as much just to be safe. Fiscal stability, remember the manager's number one priority, fiscal stability. Other major revenue sources minus property tax revenue. This is including investment income, including losses in EMS revenue, including sales tax. Look at this. It's the same thing. The orange line is the actual revenue collected. The green line is the budget. Look at 21, 22, and 23, 24 compared to 24, 25, and 25, 26. We have less than $500,000 in new revenue other than property tax estimated for the upcoming year compared to 23, 24 where we had 17 million. This is a tightening, literally a tightening of your budget, of your belt. We've got to figure out how to metaphorically lose weight as a county or find another revenue source. And we don't really have very many options with our revenue sources. Talked about state Medicaid hold harmless. I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, but I want to show you how quickly that number grew as a revenue source for the county. State hold harmless funds are revenues we collect. The state back in the 2010s, I can't remember when, took away our Article 44 sales tax the county used to get, but they also took away the Medicaid cost county used to pay way back when. That was a net win for us for a long time because our Medicaid costs were more expensive than the Article 44 sales tax the state took away. That kind of flipped as we got a little bit older. As it flipped, the state started giving us money back. When the state made more in Article 44 sales tax for Durham County versus the amount they paid in our Medicaid costs, we got money back. All I want you to see is it was $2,200,000 in 15-16. Look how quickly it grew to $11.9 million. Yes, ma'am, Commissioner Jacobs.
What's the relationship between Medicaid hold harmless and Medicaid expansion?
Technically, there isn't any. I got in trouble with saying something online about that. There is none, in theory. They're two different things.
Because Keith said technically, I'll clarify. By the state law, when they did the Medicaid expansion, they made it basically another hold harmless where that would not affect the state hold harmless. They made that as part of the bill when they did the Medicaid expansion. There's been some confusing trends with this state hold harmless that kind of corresponded with that, which make it murky, but the state law made it clear that there was no impact on that.
I will say this is an extraordinarily variable revenue. It got to where it was growing wonderfully. It became from 2 million to 12 million in 4 or 5 years. It's like magic revenue and you're falling in your lap. It's like literally hitting a slot machine and going, oh my God, it's great. The problem with it is that it's doubly affected by the economy. It is sales tax collected by the state. If the state economy and our economy slows, the state's going to collect less revenue. What also happens in a slowing economy when people lose their jobs or the people going on the Medicaid rolls may be even that much more expensive. So this revenue source could easily drop from 10 million this year to 8 million, to 7 million, to 6 million. I don't know. I can't trust this revenue source, and I can't have you trust it as a steady, we're going to get 10 million this year and it's going to grow to 11. It could very well go backwards again next year. We do think that it's steady for next year at $10 million, but I don't know in the future. It's not a revenue source I would send my kid to college on. Does that make sense?
I'd like to point out that This is an important one just for the visual of, if you look at those years of growth, every year you see it go from 2.2 million to 4.6 or 4.5 to 9.5. That's new money to the county to spend. Then you see the last 4 or 5 years, it's kind of stabilized. It is up a couple million every once in a while, but it's stable. So that's money the county's already relying on to spend. It's not giving us new money to expand or to give more COLA or to do other things for increased spending.
Thank you, David. We talk about fund balance, and I won't hang on this very long because we'll have the finance department and Manager Hager will discuss this. But just want you to see the amount. We continue to use more and more fund balance each year as part of our budget as a revenue source. There's a long story about whether we expect to use it, but we use it as a balancing number. And you can see us growing in the use of that number from 17 million in 2021 to a high of 27 million in 23-24. Why were we using more of that revenue each year? Because we were collecting so much revenue and we weren't spending it. Our savings account was growing, so we were using it. Guess what our savings account has done over the last 2 years and what we're expecting it to do for 25-26? decrease a little bit. The more our savings account decreases, fiscally intelligently, I wouldn't use as much of my savings account as it continues to decrease a little bit. Everybody understand that analogy? Thank you. Budget outlook. Priority expenditures, additional funding for DPS for 25-26. We have recommended $10.35 million. Employee benefits, the cost across the general fund and other funds is $6.3 million. Remember, I showed y'all at very early slide, we only had $15.3 million in new revenue without a property tax rate increase. Those two things alone outpace all the new revenue we have. Employee compensation increases adds another $5.3 million for merit pay for performance, 3% to 4%. New positions to address increased service demands. Manager Hager did a fantastic job limiting that by reallocating positions, but it still cost a net $2.1 million, $2.2 million. And we have increased inflationary across a number of areas for contracts, services, and software we use. It's almost $1 million. A lot more expenditure growth than we have available natural growth in revenues to support, thus the need for a 3.5-cent tax rate increase recommended. What's the total budget? For the first year, Durham County's in a new era, total budget over $1 billion. That's a lot of money. It's a 7.37% increase year over year from last year's budget to this recommended budget. The general fund, where 95% of the action happens, where 99% of all positions are located and do all the work, that budget is $688 million. It's up 5.55%. General fund expenditure summary. Look at the growth. Look at the slope of that orange line. That orange line, again, is how much we have actually spent. Oh, excuse me, that's budgeted revenue. Just want to see, what do you notice there? If you split that graph in half, what are you seeing? Okay, I'll answer that question for you. I'm seeing from 21-22 onwards a significant, remember those blue columns are delta growth? I'm seeing significant growth in new revenue every year compared to the previous 5 years. We are growing at a much faster rate than we were the previous 5 years. I say that to say again, your revenues in general are slowing in growth, but your expenditure growth year over year is getting bigger and bigger. We have to figure that out.
Keith, I'd like just to make a point that we should also see this as a new normal, and the graph definitely shows trends pre-COVID and then post-COVID. So I do see this as an adjustment, which is what we anticipated. And so we just need to act accordingly as we expand and look at how we tactically manage our operating and capital dollars.
And just to piggyback on what Commissioner Burton said before, you know, we had money coming into the pockets of residents, but we also had money coming into the pockets of county and city and Durham public schools, right? We had all, you know, what is it, 62 or 64 million in ARPA?
So the county had 62 million, the city had about 55 million, and then the Durham Public Schools had over 160 million in ESRI and other stimulus dollars.
Right, so that is all reflected in the budgets.
Yeah,
and in our funds going into our community, to your point, Commissioner Burton. Yeah, money that we're not going to have anymore.
Yeah, right? I remember when I was working for DPS, we got several ESSER bonuses, right? And that was really good money. And I spent and I saved, and, you know, that money's now gone. And you know, also looking at it is that Durham has grown in population, right? Astronomically. I don't say astronomically, but by a lot. And so it's like more is being asked for services. So I think that's reflected in that graph as well. Mm-hmm.
This is just a subset of those total expenditures. We're looking at only personnel costs. And it's the same graph when you split the graph in half and you look at the last 5 years compared to the 5 years before that. It's just significant growth in personnel cost. That includes, David, does that include benefits as well? just salaries. All that being said is that we have to slow that pace down. We cannot keep up with everything, and that's part of what Manager Hager is showing you. In the 25-26, we're still experiencing $9.3 million related to personnel growth, that's salary and benefits, and new positions. But it's much lower than the past 4 years. But it's still not nearly as low as it was in the previous years. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I just had a quick question about, is that what we pay, our benefits package, is that really closely aligned to what is done in the private sector?
I will defer that question to Kathy. I will say that it's our experience that our benefits are very competitive because of the market we're in. When we try to seek IT professionals, individuals who may work in certain trades, finance folks, or lots of other areas, we're competing with the private sector. So from a retention and recruitment perspective, the county has a long history of having very competitive benefits.
Yes. Thank you. New position growth. This is, if you see the blue columns in this graph, that's the number of new positions that were taken on by the county that year. So you can add them up over the course of time, and you're looking at several hundred new positions that the county has taken on. But look at how the growth, again, you look at the first 5 years, 21, 22, 22, 23, you're looking at 65, 40, 19, 51 new positions. Manager Hager has definitely tried to slow that down given our revenue growth slowing and just sort of our expenditure costs increasing in certain areas. Again, it's another area where we're going to have to consider very carefully where we expand and for what reasons. Yes, as Manager Hager has noted, our population growth has exploded. So in public safety, we have to react to that with additional staff for sheriff and additional staff for another ambulance to run 24/7. That's agreed, but we can't do it everywhere. And we are going to struggle to keep adding 40, 50 positions a year. This is a table. It's in your budget document. You don't have to focus on it here, that shows you the new positions that are being requested this year. Just want to show you the graph over to the side, shows you there's a total, is this general fund or all funds, David? I believe it's all funds. Total of all funds, the county employs 2,324, or is recommending a total number of FTEs full-time at 2,324. But just 10 years, back to 2016-17, it was 2,043. That's 300 plus almost new positions. Those are expensive positions. They cost in terms of benefits. They cost in terms of salary. It's just areas we have to think about as we move forward. Are we hiring people? Are we going to try to be efficient and do more with what we have? Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Jacobs.
Well, related to positions, though, I do think, and I would like us to be able to dig into this a little bit more, is that all positions are not created equal. There's a huge range in what the cost may be for positions. So, and I would like to have a better idea and also the types of positions. I think it behooves us to really dig deep on that, because if we're talking about efficiency, then we have to really take a good look at ourselves. And especially when we are going to be challenged to deliver services to residents, are the positions just managerial, or are they actually delivering real, direct services to residents? So I think we're going to have to take a good look in the mirror. And, a lot of the positions that are really delivering direct services to people are actually some of the lowest cost positions. So I think it's kind of deceiving when you just look at the total number. It doesn't really tell you the whole story. And so I think that's going to be important for us to really understand when we look at our employees. And the other question I have is, do we actually have a decision-making rubric or a policy that helps us decide how to evaluate whether a new position is going to be justified. And I think that, like, what are we going to get for that new position? So, because we know it's going to cost a lot in terms of the benefits. So those are some of my questions.
Okay. You brought great questions up, and it speaks to the strategy that we've started this current year in looking at limiting non-essential new positions with the hiring freeze. The board talked about the desire to have a closer look at base operations, and so have we. And next year, we will continue that effort. We started this year with some review of contracted services and some other areas. We will do deep dives because of the patterns in our inability to respond to a growing population where there's increased service demands, but a slowed revenue outlook right now. So we will be looking at operational reviews, and Chris Lee will share some information about some initial efforts that will happen on our IT and our finance side. We will benchmark peer service levels. So the whole question of what does it cost in one community versus another, that's a very sometimes hard exercise because individuals budget differently from one jurisdiction to another, but we can have some high-level benchmarks, and we do some of that now. So if we look at costs for overtime or response times, et cetera, we do look at, well, how many positions do they have, let's say in Board of Elections, at one jurisdiction compared to another? And then the question with that is, what level of service does our community desire? Because it's what's the average, what level of service, and then what's the outcomes? So there will be the span of control evaluation, peer benchmark evaluations of cost and FTEs. And then looking at sort of what are the best practices, not only in the state, but across the country. And I will say, in many areas, we are the benchmark as far as how best to perform a service. The question is in our ability to afford the levels that we're at. Where will we need to shift, and what services may we have to reduce or do differently? I will give a quick example, and then we can transition. Our General Services Department does a great job of always looking at how can we have cost savings, et cetera. One efficiency measure they did in bidding out the contracts for our janitorial services was to decouple the cost of supplies, et cetera, in the contract. It used to be that the janitorial providers would purchase those products. We're now going to do that procurement and save dollars there. We're also changing the frequency and rotation of cleaning in those departments and areas that we can. So there are high traffic areas will probably have to stay at the same level, but for other areas, we will reduce the time and the frequency that areas are cleaned. And so those are just some examples. We've not done the best job of elevating those kinds of things, but we will outline those further. But we hear you loud and clear. I mean, it is reflective of the strategy of holding growth, because we know any additional dollar that is put on our taxpayer who is in an economic uncertain time could be a challenge. So we will take what you say at heed, and we have a strategy going forward for that.
Thank you. Just so you know how to read this table, there are 42.5 new positions for the general fund. You can see though, but we're reallocating 24 positions. That's highlighted in orange, and below that is the orange table showing you the positions that are being reallocated. Plus there were 9.28 positions reallocated in the current year. So, and then there were 2 new positions in some of our other funds, our enterprise funds. The sewer utility fund is sort of pinkish color down at the bottom is a 2. So that's the 44.5 minus 24 minus 9.28 gets you 11.22 new positions. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I had a question about the caseworkers working in DSS. Are those individuals like social workers or people handling like, SNAP benefits? I'm just wanting more information. Yeah.
We can follow up on the positions. Overall, DSS has about 70 vacancies, and they carry about that number. Long-term vacancies. So from our perspective at the macro level, we looked at where do we have vacancies? Is the trend such that we could do a realignment and still, and not compromise service delivery? Based on the patterns, we feel we can do those adjustments, and there are others that are similar. There's always a caveat. If there is a shift, we can come back to the board and say we need to do an adjustment. But based on that pattern, we felt comfortable doing that.
No realigned position had a person in it. They're all vacant positions. If you look at the total 2,300, we carry 11, 12% vacancies all the time. So think 200 vacancies are in the year at all times. There are dollars budgeted those positions, but there's no one in the position. The manager's first job is to go, I would prefer to reallocate some of those positions to an area of need where we need to hire people and people can be hired to do certain services. So we strategically reallocate those positions. If the need arises in the area where the position was reallocated from, we will adjust accordingly when that comes. But if a position has stayed vacant for 2 or 3 years and can't be hired, it's better used somewhere else.
Yeah, just trying to make sure, we're still providing services. So thank you so much.
Durham Public School funding, you saw this slide when the manager's presentation. It's also, this is spelled out in the budget document itself. Durham Public Schools total funding reaches $223.6 million this year. That's current expense and current capital. It's a 3.9% increase. The total current expense funding is where they spend most of their dollars. That increases $10.35 million. That pays for salary increases to a certain amount for employees and various sundry things. Although we generally we're hands off on what the money's going to. We let DPS decide that. We have other funding source things that we fund for Durham Public Schools indirectly through SRO officers, school resource officers, the sheriff supports, $2.6 million. I won't go through each of these, but do notice how much we spend on DPS-related debt service for building new schools or renovations. That's $61 million of our debt service goes to support school building that we've already worked on and we're paying on for 20 years. $61.8 million this year. So it's $223.6 million in general fund spending and some other directly to public schools and some other funding that equals $77 million. Any questions?
The public health, does that include the ARPA-funded school nurses?
No, that does not include the ARPA school nurses, and that's about $1.4 million. We did not include any soft money in these costs,
okay.
Just so that we didn't overstate it, but okay. That's a great point.
Well, I think
because yes, that's a great point.
I think it still should be listed, at least for this year, as additional fund. It can be separate, but we need to highlight that because that's additional to the $77.14 million. Right?
We can do that.
Yes, ma'am.
And is the 177, is that community schools or?
Yes.
Okay.
That's mostly community schools. There may be one more. But
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Because there's also going to be the Alliance funding. Also, they're providing mental health support. That should be included in that as well.
Thank you. Do want to note per pupil spending, local per pupil spending increases $128 to $5,000. We'll round it up to $5,500 a year. That is not chump change. That is second or third in the state in terms of county funding, local county funding for school districts. It's pretty impressive. Again, you see the same story here related to Durham Public School allocations. The orange line is the amount we have allocated to schools over the last 10 years. The blue columns are Delta additional funding amounts, and it's the same story as every other story. Starting in 21-22, the amount of additional funding going to schools increased significantly compared to the previous 5 years. It's just another expenditure area of pressure for you all to consider. We'll say this, the bigger schools get, the more they need to keep growing in additional funding each year. DPS enrollment patterns, and I think Commissioner Lee, you spoke to this at the recent joint meeting about the history where they talked about future increases for DPS of like 4,000 students, and we're definitely not seeing that trend yet. This is the final ADM numbers from the state DPI, Department of Public Instruction. It shows you historically the blue line is DPS growth in students and decrease in the number of students. And it started decreasing way back in 2014-15 slowly. Then you see a cliff that happened in COVID where DPS lost nearly 2,000 students, and they never really came back. There has been a little bit of a bump up this fiscal year in 24-25, but it's slowly going back down. Just wanted to show you that the other overlay is the growth in charter schools. So where by far most of the students have trickled off is into charter schools. I have another graph that also shows, and I can give that to you if you'd like, that shows growth in private schools and homeschool. It's been slower growth in private schools. Homeschool growth grew, and then it dropped off a little bit after COVID, I think, as kids started moving back into various other systems. But this is a very telling graph about the history. Again, what's worth noting here is think about the population growth in Durham from 2003 to 2023-24. And the number of children coming into the system, or just by coming into Durham County, that aren't going to DPS yet. Or we have a lot of people not moving into Durham County that aren't having children. And it could be a mixture of both of those. I want to thank our newest county budget person, Jonathan Pica, for collecting this information real quick. Jonathan Pica chose Durham County government over Minneapolis, St. Paul's. He had 2 job offers that he was considering, and he chose us because of partially benefits and what we could offer as a county, and all. So just thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate that. This just shows you our current expense rate, expenses compared to other county local funding for school districts. It's a little bit old because this is the last year we have current data for everyone. This comes from the North Carolina Association of County Commissioners. DARE is number 1, Orange is number 2, we're number 3. Does anybody know why DARE is number 1? Look at their property tax levy per capita. Do we know why? Because it's a county that doesn't have a lot of people, but it's got a lot of expensive property. Look at a number of the counties on here that are in the top 20 are either coastal counties or mountain counties. Because you have lots of expensive homes, lots of expensive properties, and less people. So they have more money to get. But Durham doesn't necessarily have that luxury. But we're still number 3. Buncombe's number 4. Hyde is a county on the coastal county. Brunswick, Transylvania's a mountain county. Then you see some of the counties we compare against. New Hanover's coastal, Carteret. Just an interesting graph to look at. I want to show you this again because we're coming up to the next slide. Remember I showed you at the very beginning how money flows between funds? You all have a board policy of funding our capital financing plan fund by setting aside some sales tax and occupancy tax revenue and property tax revenue that flows into the capital financing plan fund, and then that money flows to the debt service fund, and we have some swap funds that flow to the debt service fund. I'm going to show you how that works on the next slide. All right. We have currently an estimated $116 million of debt service we have to pay this coming fiscal year. Remember, I showed you on the DPS slide, almost $62 million of that debt service is for DPS-related cost, almost half of it, or a little over half. How do we pay for that $116 million in debt service? Well, in the general fund, you all, by board policy, have allocated 2 sales taxes, actually 3 sales taxes, Article 40 and 42, and portion of 46. That money, plus some occupancy tax money, is collected, equals $58 million, and that money is transferred to the Capital Financing Plan Fund. The Capital Financing Plan Fund then adds 7.57 cents of property tax revenue. Remember, that includes a 1 cent property tax, recommended property tax increase, plus a transfer from the general fund, plus some interest earnings to equal $126 million. That $126 million, of that 126, $20 million in cash goes directly to projects. What are those projects? There's a whole bunch of different projects that are getting fed amounts of cash to continue doing things. What are those things? Building new EMS stations, planning for new EMS stations, open space land acquisition, replacing the HVAC systems in various buildings that the county owns, roof replacement, parking lots. We have lots of stuff that we have to keep up with. Feel free to ask Motria about that anytime you want to. She can tell you it never has enough. County stadium upgrades. We've got to keep that piece of property in shape. The JCD transition house, IT-related costs. All of those costs, it's costing us $20 million to help fund those projects this year. Plus, I got to send $105 million over to the debt service fund to pay our mortgages. You all have a mortgage payment. We have a bunch of mortgages. Adds up to $116 million worth of mortgage. So I transfer $105 million from the capital financing plan, $2.5 million from the swap fund, and then I add a little bit of extra revenue in the debt service fund itself, appropriating $6 million of debt service fund balance to magically make $116.5 million in revenue to match the $116.5 million in expenditures. Does that make sense? This is just a movement of money, but it's based off a board policy that's been in effect a long time. That board policy, again, is you all have dedicated Article 40 and 42 sales tax. You dedicated occupancy tax and some other. Remember, though, those Article 40 and 42 sales tax are economically variable, and they've slowed down. And so when those revenues slow down, you have to still make your mortgage payments. You just have to find another revenue source. Thus, part of the reason we're doing a 1 cent tax rate increase related to debt service. Any questions about this? Oh, just real quick, the debt areas, remember I showed you $61.767 million for DPS. Of that 116, we're paying nearly $10.5 million for DTCC related debt, buildings we've already built, and part of the 22 GEO bond money they're going to spend, Museum of Life and Science, and then there's county related debt. This is the last slide. I'm done. I know you're tired of hearing me talk. The budget timeline for the rest of this, we have a budget work session 2 days from now, Thursday, May the 22nd. We'll talk mostly about public safety departments. May the 27th, you will have a public hearing as part of that meeting. And then we will have a budget work sessions on May the 29th and June 30 and June the 5th if needed. And June the 9th, we plan to approve the budget. At the next meeting, we'll start talking about an add-delete list where we have additional funding that we may be needing to talk about and how we will pay for that. It may be, if you're strong enough and you're confident enough that this budget, you won't add any more additional funding of any sort. But if we do talk about that, we'll add that and we'll go through that progressively through other budget work sessions. Any questions?
This was wonderful. Thank you so much, Keith and David and your team. I'm going to go over this, read it, and absorb it even more about how we pay for things to make sure that Durham County is well run. Thank you, Manager Hager. I have one question, and this is more directed towards you. Is DPS going to present to us during our budget work sessions?
That's a great question. It varies. The presentation at the joint meeting served as an overview, and then there have been instances if the board desires follow-up questions, they can come to one of our work sessions. So we typically have them, and we'll firm up a time frame for that.
Yeah, I would like for them to present, because one of the things that it's important for our residents to understand is how we're investing in capital for DPS. You know, $61.8 million is significant. And I think a lot of times what happens is, you know, we see these buildings go up, and it maybe only a few of our kids or community members benefit from it, but that's still significant. So, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner, go ahead. Jacobs, it's been a rough morning.
Commissioner Wendy is okay too. Thank you, Keith, and also thank you to your A+ rock star budget staff. You know, when I was looking through the budget book, I was like, you guys are exemplar. 7 people doing all of this work, and you actually, I think, requested less money for something when I was looking at it. You requested less money. Was it for operational? Yes, you guys are modeling. So thank you all. You punch above your weight for sure. And also, I know we'll get into it more, but the indicators in the budget book, the community indicators are really good, and I'm so glad you've changed the pictures. This is for the new folks on our board. This is like the first big upgrade we've gotten since. There's been a lot of recycling of pictures and things, and this is a new format and everything. So fantastic.
It helps to get out real quick. I do want to brag. We, as a group, we went and met with Guilford County Budget Office just to talk about differences. Their county manager is a former budget director, and I thought it would be a great place to go talk and see how he thought about the world. And he came and he talked with us and their budget staff, and they did that. And we frankly stole that idea happily. And then Shannon, right in our office, took it over, and we thought it was wonderful. As much as we'd like to take credit for that, it is a great idea, and we loved it. So
okay, but yeah, really great. Thank you. Go ahead.
I would also like to elevate our strategy area. They helped with the measures and getting our departments to refine what they've done. That's a part of their portfolio, and we will continue to refine that. So working in concert with the budget team and departments, they have raised the bar. So
yes.
I meant to recognize them the other night as well.
Yes. And I was thrilled to see the strategic plan in here, and I hope that our board can talk about how do we really activate that. There's some, how can it be integrated even more as we go forward into the budget book with the indicators, and there's a lot of new indicators in here which are really good. And also just with our agenda action forms, some of the departments are already referencing the policies, but how do we really move forward with that? So anyway, yes, thank you to the strategic planning folks. So one question I have is, okay, let me see. What you mentioned the EMS fees, especially since we're going to be investing a lot in EMS. I think it's going to be really important to understand what is going on, why the fees are going down.
Yeah. We are in process of doing a very deep dive into the fees, and we'll report back to the board in a few months on our path forward. It is an approach right now that we are using an external vendor to assist with our process. There were changes that occurred related to the billing and Medicaid reform or expansion, and David can jump in to clarify that, but there are some billing issues that are impacting all jurisdictions, and there are some steps that we're taking to make sure that we rectify some of that.
Yeah, I can't remember. Heather Walker on our team will be the one that can address the specific terms, but with recent changes to Medicaid and some other federal programs, the way the billing is coming through to the EMS department and then eventually being paid has changed, and it's caused some delays. So to be frank, at this point, we're still investigating whether some of it is just delayed payments that we're still going to get, or if it's truly a decrease. From a budget perspective, we have no choice but to react as if it's not going to be received. We can't responsibly budget $2 million if we think we're going to get it at this point. So right now, that's where Manager Hager's talking. We're working with Director Lockhart and the finance team and trying to understand exactly what's happening so we can actually more reliably understand and budget.
And I think Mr. Lockhart will be here Thursday, and I think we have identified that this may be an area. He just can help explain what the problems are that they're facing. So you'll get a chance to hear a little more in depth directly from the horse's mouth.
Thank you.
Commissioner Valentine, you have anything? Okay, so I'm kind of chairing right now because Commissioner Lum has a press conference to do. I appreciate this. I get really interested in the budget just to understand it. We've seen this a couple of times, so no surprises there. So I don't really have any questions specifically about budgeting items itself. It's more structural. And to my colleagues, I apologize in advance because you're going to hear this at every presentation, these sets of questions that I have, just for my understanding of the departments themselves. So what my series of questions are more about measurements on performance. Okay. And so I'm curious from the budget department, what are the goals of your department? What are your goals of the department?
Our goals are mostly to not drive if you want to go big level, not drive the bus off a cliff. And what I mean by that is we want our projections when we're looking out into the future to be reasonable. And so we want our revenue projections to be within the ballpark based on what we understand at the moment, with a huge caveat that we do not know what the future is going to bring. I mean, something could fall off the cliff next year. So that is our main goal, is to support management. This will be our second goal in terms of making decisions. I've told David and our staff this as long as I've been on the head of it, that we are information brokers. So our goal is to make sure that we transfer complex information up the chain of command in a digestible way. So when we sit in front of you all, we take complex subjects and make them digestible to you. That is a huge goal, and we turn around and do the same thing from management down to the organization. We explain some of their wants and needs, and then turn around and ask the departments to provide that information. That is our goal, to do it efficiently, to do it well. Am I answering your question?
You are. So in order to get to those, what are your measurements? What do you measure to see if you are being successful?
The most important measures that we measure are our revenue and budget estimates for expenditures. How close did our budget match our actual expenditures? Most importantly, how close did our budgeted revenues match actual revenue collection? Budgeted expenditures can be a little different because things can change in the year and something can happen and a building can break and we can spend wildly more than we thought. But budgeted revenues drive everything. David, would you feel free to add in on that?
Yeah, I would say we're constantly looking at how we did our projections for last year, primarily in revenue again, to see what we can refine and how we can get closer. As Keith mentions, and we can't not say, is we're doing projections sometimes without final information. So it makes it a kind of a moving target, but we are always trying to refine those and put forward as much, I guess, natural growth before we're requesting any new tax rate through the management team and through you all.
I would say that, second biggest goal that I pay attention to is how well we do with the capital improvement plan. The manager asks for, and we do every 2 or 3 years, a 10-year capital improvement plan that gives everyone, particularly the board, an idea and heads up of what's coming in terms of the capital projects, their cost, and how we're going to pay for them, so there are no surprises. And getting those numbers right, and it gets harder and harder the farther out you look, much past a year or two, but we still do that. So everyone has an idea of what's coming in terms of needs from DPS, what's coming from Motrio in terms of needs for buildings here, what's coming from our engineering department in terms of pump stations out to support growth in the RTP. Those are all multi-million dollars, 10, 15, 20, 100, $30 million projects. Animal shelters. Are we aware of those projects, and do we have a plan in place to pay for them in future years and let you then all know of that? That's supremely important.
I'll add that measures for budget departments, actually our team went out this year and looked at 10 other departments, let's say, and looked at their performance measures. It's kind of a nebulous area, and I know that isn't what you want to hear as commissioners, because you want us to make data-driven decisions. But our office's trade, if you will, after the revenue projections and network, is communication. It's our wonderful team of analysts. There's 5 of them that are working with departments on a daily basis. They each have a portfolio of 7 or 8 departments. They're communicating with them, trying to understand their pressures and needs, convey that through Keith and I, or convey that directly to management. So all of that information is back and forth. We don't track how many communications we have necessarily, but we use our stock that we value is the ability, like Keith mentioned, to convey that information succinctly, so every management team or the board isn't hearing every detail of individual requests, because that's just not consumable at that point.
You remember the West Wing, and the president was always, they had 3 minutes to walk down the hallway with the president to convey some policy issue. That's how we think of our job, is to condense all of this information and provide it into a single paper to Manager Hager, or to provide it in graphical form in a presentation to you all. And so it's hard to quantify. We know when we do it well. We know when Manager Hager thinks we do it well, because she's nice to us when we do it well. And we know when we think we've provided you with information, but it's not as simple as what you all see. It's a lot of digested information that then is condensed up to answer your questions. How to performance measure that is a tough issue, but I love the questions.
Right. So just so you know, I'm not into like the performance. It's not really performance management. It's more of how do we consume this information, right? So I think, I think it's your job to say, okay, this is what we think is going to happen. And we have to take all the signals that we have from the past and current and everything like that to see if, like you said, you're going to come with this add or delete.
Add, delete list.
Right. Kind of thing. How firm or soft is that budget projection? So you had a slide up here, a historical slide that showed the budget and then the actuals over the last so many years, right? And you mentioned one of your goals. Essentially, you were saying accuracy of the budget projections versus the actuals and collections, our actuals and revenues. And I was just, I'm curious of how you all feel that is. Let's see. Oh, right, that one right there.
It could be any number of them. Yes, sir.
Right. Yeah. Right there. So I'm in an interesting position where for 8 years I was on the other side of this dais, and one of my jobs over there was to advocate for budget, right? And there are a few times where budget was like, oh, we're not going to do it. We can't do it. And it was short, and then revenues came in a lot higher than projected, and we were still there. And so I'm curious, looking at this, what does performance look like? I mean, is this good? Is it bad? Because I don't know. I don't know what good and bad is in budgeting. In my work, I have the budget for my organization, for head count, for renewals, for customer renewals, everything. I have to forecast that. So I know what that looks like to me. If I'm short, it's it's bad news. But in budgeting in county government, and this is me learning here, when I see this, I don't know if the budgeted revenue versus the actual revenue measurement here coming like 2020 on up here. I don't know if that's good budgeting or conservative budgeting or not. I'm curious what your thoughts are.
That's a great question. There's so many factors in it. Okay, so from a budget perspective, I always want to be conservative when I'm projecting my revenue, but slightly.
Right.
But not too conservative, because that means I'm putting more pressure on the taxpayer.
Right.
Okay, that's one. There are levers that we control on the expenditure side.
Okay.
I can, for instance, right now, I'm controlling the spend rate by freezing positions.
Right.
By controlling spending, that is not high priority, because I need the budget to land at the end of the fiscal year at a number that my revenues and expenditures will make sure that my overall cash and my fund balance reserves, my savings, are at a certain level. So the fluidity of the process has factors that you don't want to, and historical patterns play such a huge role. This current environment is somewhat tricky, but from an evaluation, it is how far off am I from my projected revenue and actual collections. And then on the expense side, knowing that you don't want to over budget, because that means that we've budgeted for things we didn't use, and that means the taxpayer dollars either went to a reserve, which is why if you looked at our historical patterns, we did have much higher reserves in our general fund. And so we've intentionally spent those down, and we're budgeting reserves for our debt service in a separate area. So let us think more about that specific question, but appreciate the questions, because that's how we think. How effective are we in our budgeting? How, from a predictive analytics perspective, are we watching the markets? Because we have to watch those things. We watch inflation. As I tell people, one of the favorite things that happen each month is when the Bureau of Economic Analysis and the Bureau of Labor Statistics send their reports of the goods and services and those nuances of the patterns, because that, in fact, will be a predictor on the back end for us how the spend is happening. We move our levers accordingly. But I do feel as though Keith's responses are correct from their department role. Are they responsive? Are they accurate?
Right.
And they are right. I am a pressure cooker all day long, because I want to say, well, how are they doing in Mecklenburg County? What are they doing in Wake County? We don't necessarily always show all behind the scenes work, but the question is, from an effectiveness, is did we, for positions that are added, especially in those key areas, did we use the service? Do we have better response times? Are we responding to customers? And if not, how are we pivoting? And so one area, because everybody can say a lot, is a place that I feel that we need to bolster, and which is what we'll be doing in the new year, is on the program evaluation side. And having the resources to do that. We do some of that work now, but bolstering it so it is, let's go back and look at and let's benchmark and make sure that is in fact a good outcome, or the best outcome from the community.
Yeah, and so I think you all do an amazing job. Please don't take my questions as that. This is really setting up a conversation for this time next year. Say, how do we do, right, with our projections? That's really all it is. And so when I said, to my colleagues, you all hear me say that throughout, I'm really looking for outcomes. If you're asking for money, I want to understand what your outcomes are. Yeah, I'll vote for you. I'll support you. But this time next year, when you come back and ask for it again, what I'm going to want to know is when you're sitting here is you're going to say, I'm going to ask, so this is what you said that you wanted to accomplish this year. How close did you get to that? And that's how I make my decisions on what I want to support and what I will question, right? Budgeting is different. That's like, you guys are going to be here. There's nothing really I can do about that. You guys will be here. I was just saying that's kind of the types of questions that I plan on asking throughout this process, just so you all know. Okay. So, Commissioner Jacobs.
Yeah, I think those are great questions, and I would just say I think it's really important when we talk about outcomes that we are sticking to our strategic plan, because there can be a million outcomes, and I think that's why it's very important that we look to what have we said, or what have we adopted as what we're saying that we want to achieve. And so that's why looking at those performance measures and how do we measure those things, where do we get the data, and how is going to be important as we move forward. And I think also, from being on this board for 12 years, I would say that, asking like, are we being successful? For me, one of the measures is we're a AAA bond rated county. And if we're not budgeting properly and managing our finances well, we wouldn't be. And that we typically compare ourselves to counties like Wake and Meck, who have a lot bigger tax base than we do. And so we typically have a bigger fund balance, because that's one of the ways that we can maintain a AAA bond rating. So I think those are all different factors that when we think about, are we doing a good job or not, we're going to have to look at those things. And what Vice Chair Dr. Lee was just saying actually made me think about one of the questions I didn't ask, but when I was digging into the budget book, one of my questions were, how do you all, the budget staff, look at the trends around what is originally budgeted? I mean, it's kind of a different way of getting at what Vice Chair Dr. Lee just asked. What is the role when you look at like 2020, 24, 25, something you look at what was originally budgeted, but what the estimate is, which is really what we ended up doing. Is that correct, my interpretation? Okay, so the estimate is where we really ended up, and then how does that play into what ends up being the recommended budget? In other words, are departments actually spending what they say that they need? And then obviously there's personnel and operational. So that was actually going to be one of my big picture questions, is related to that.
Every year, we put out 3 quarterly reports. In fact, Heather is having our office work on the 3rd quarter report, which means the 3rd quarter of this fiscal year. There have been 9 months that have happened, and we look at and we write a report and give it to the commissioners and the management. We do it for every quarter, saying, how are we budget to actual for that quarter compared to the same 4 quarters, the same quarter for the 4 previous years. That's one way we do it at a high level. Trust me, in the budget office every day, we have 60, 70, 100 reports we look at in different ways that slice and dice how budget looks versus actuals. That is the foundational thing we look at. It's a great question. And by all means, Commissioner Lee, please ask us those hard questions. We love them and we appreciate them. So there's no disrespect at all for asking them. We really appreciate it. But to let you know, we do those quarterly reports and we look at it. In fact, part of when I showed you one of the slides earlier where we did 2 years where we did operational cuts to departments, we didn't just go and say, we're cutting you willy-nilly from here or there with it blindly. We have reports that look at your historical budget versus actuals, and we'll see a line item where you're like 30% underspent, where you didn't spend 30% of what was budgeted 3 years in a row. We're going to turn around and ask you the hard question, why do we need to keep giving you that money? And it's a process we go through with departments and with management every year. So that is foundational, and it's a great question. And we do it, and we can continue to do it and show you more information if you want. But feel free to pay attention to this 3rd quarter report that will be coming in the next week or 2 that we'll present to you.
To your question about the estimates and factoring into next year's budget, our team does spend a lot of time looking at what they've done this year. There's an original budget, then every meeting you all have amendments, right? Those amendments add up to what we call the current budget. Our team is looking at those and working with the departments to understand, is something that they went through for a budget amendment, is it a one-time cost? Is it we needed to replace a HVAC system over there? Or is it adding FTEs, or is it something like that? That's where our department is working with our team is working with the departments to understand, is their new floor for their original budget really gone up? And that's where the estimates and the projected actuals come into play. One point to Dr. Lee's question, I think it's a great question, as they've said. Those charts we showed you are the probably more graphic examples. When you see the orange and green crossover, those are the more dramatic ones by nature. Those are the ones that are affecting our projections next year. If you look at the overall, and I wish I could pull up on the screen, but I don't have the ability right now, I'm looking at the overall trends, and you'll see generally it's the addition of all of those pieces. So it's the other revenues we showed in sales tax, property tax, it's all of those accumulated that end up being a general trend where we like to see them, the actuals and budgets trending pretty closely. The last couple of years, to be frank, we've seen a little bit decrease in a lower collection than budgeted. That's not typical. We'd like to see a little bit. I think our target's generally like 101% is what we call it. But that's a pretty tight margin, to be frank. And we'll share this chart with you that shows the overall, because that's really a good indicator of how many different puzzle pieces are coming together for this.
Our number one job is to be fairly conservative and think like an insurance, like we're waiting. We need to be prepared for not the absolute worst, but for something bad to happen. We can't have you ourselves so extended that we are trusting that the world plays out perfectly for this all to work. You wouldn't do that at home. Secondly, it's just like when you send a kid off to college. You can send them to a good college, and you've hopefully raised them well, but that doesn't mean they can't find a way to get a little lost, because you don't have control of all the variables. We're in that same boat. You hope you've prepared a budget. You hope you've built in some safety there, but there's always variables outside of our control that we don't know. You asked that fundamental question about how is it budget? When our budget is close to actual expenditures, that's better than when our budget's far away from actual expenditures or revenue. But there are many hundreds of variables that could cause that difference. We didn't know that COVID was going to cause an explosion in sales tax revenue, and we didn't know that certain presidents were going to be elected, and then tariffs and potential things might come down the road that could claim. We don't know the outcome of those things. So we have to budget with those unknowns in the same way that we budget knowns, which are all the things we just talked about.
All right. So thank you all very much. I really appreciate this presentation, and I think we'll move forward with the discussion items, right?
The next discussion will be from our interim CFO, Ms. Crystal Wright. She will have a very high-level conversation with the board, and we will have several other discussions about our financial outlook in upcoming meetings. So, Crystal. Press the green button.
Good morning to the chair and to the commissioners on this morning. As Manager Hager stated, I will be talking more of a high level regarding some highlights, talking about our financial policies, and also talking about fund balance and looking at some of our expenditure, some of our revenues that we have done over previous years of a trend. Next slide. Oh, I do it this time. Okay, thank you. Okay. So some of the budget highlights that we have in finance is that we have completed the implementation of Gravity, which is the financial reporting resource that we are using for our ACFA, for our annual comprehensive financial report that we do during the audit. And so that program, that software, has been very beneficial. It has allowed us to even start our audit a little bit earlier because we're able to export information out of our system for the financial system and import them into the Gravity, which is very helpful to us, and it helps with efficiency. Also, we've done 2 requests for proposals, and we have one is for audit services, where we are bidding, where we went out and bid for auditing vendors. And when we looked at some of the LGC policy stated that, it's always great to do the bidding every 3 to 5 years for an audit service. The RFP has now closed on May 15th. And so what we're doing now, we're in the process of reviewing those vendors, and then we will be making a selection really soon and coming to the board in June with a recommendation. Also, we are doing an operational assessment. Here with our finance team is partnering with our IS&T team to do an operational assessment. We did the bid out. The bid is out, and the bid will be closing on May the 22nd. In this operational assessment, we are looking at the team operational works within the department, as well as trying to find improvements as to how we can improve in the department. We're also looking towards the stakeholders to make sure that they are informed and be more transparent with them of what's going on and how the workings of the operations of the organization, particularly for finance as well as for IS&T. We're also looking at the technology and process optimization, where that is going to help us to ensure that we have the proper software technology in place to help with efficiencies within the departments, to make sure that we can probably speed up some of the processes that we're having, that we're doing. Some of the processes may be very manual, and so this would be able to help us to optimize, to see what are the things that we need to be able to help in these areas for efficiency and effectiveness. That proposal will be closing on May the 22nd, and then we're going to be anticipating that we will have that they will start relatively soon, but we will have an anticipated report, which is a summary report from the vendor, which will also talk about the improvements. It'll talk about any type of findings, and it will also talk about any things that are futuristic that will be able to help us and to assist us in the future for operations in these areas.
And Crystal, I'm going to just pause real quickly. This is something that I encouraged to happen. I feel, when you benchmark against yourself, you get one result. I always feel it's great when you have external subject matter experts to give a look, and we have quite a few high-profile entities that are looking to help us in this space. IT as well as finance are very specialized areas, and although we can quickly point out areas of process improvement, it's important from my perspective to have them show us where our gaps are from a workload perspective, as well as talent management, and where we may need to invest in more resources. As Greg will share soon, we will soon implement an ERP system upgrade. Having gone through that and working in my other space in higher ed, I've seen great implementations, and I've seen some that were not as seamless. And so from my perspective, looking at the population of employees, making sure we have the right talent and planning for training that's needed so that we can retain those that are here, because you have to maintain the system while you're building the new. But also from a gaps analysis perspective, looking at best practices that are in the market, not only in local governments, but in other sectors.
Thank you, Manager Hager. And absolutely, Manager Hager did come to me to say, hey, we need to look at and doing an operational assessment study. Next, I'll be talking about the financial conditions. In our financial conditions, Durham County has had a AAA rating for approximately or over 20 years. That is outstanding for a county of this size. That and all the things that we're doing here in Durham County, as far as the financials and making sure that we stay financial healthy.
Do we know Hey, Crystal, do we know if there's anyone else who's had a AAA bond rating for as long as we have?
I don't know, but I can look that up for you. Yes.
For perspective, and I always have to caution myself with jumping in so much, but 4% is a very low number. And so when you think about that, and North Carolina has probably one of the highest number of jurisdictions that are AAA bond rated, and that's because of the local government commission and the structure that surrounds how you move forward with debt, and obligating the counties or municipalities for expenses. So the local government commission and the structure that our General Assembly has put in place sets it up for jurisdictions to have good policies. It's sometimes harder to do that when you're in communities that may not have the strong economic structure or base, but we're very fortunate, and we'll talk more about that and how the AAA designation occurs.
Commissioner Burton.
You answer my question.
Okay, all right. The staff, the finance department is continuing to review the fund balance policy in preparation for future discussions with the board. to talk about the criteria, percentage levels, and talk about more of the requirements when it comes to the fund balance policy. Also, we will be reaching out to our financial advisor, which is DEC Associates, that will be meeting with the financial staff and other staff members, and then also with the board as well for future planning for our financials. Now we're going to talk about the financial policies and their importance. As you can see at the first point at the top, it says to maintain the financial policies that guide operating and capital budget decisions. When we talk about these areas, we're basically talking about making sure that we follow our policies, making sure that we have enough money to do our daily operations, and making sure that we have enough money to do big projects as well. Also, it's like setting goals, doing projections, looking at trend analysis, making sure that we have enough budget to support the community, their community needs, and not be wasteful. Okay? Also, we want to make sure that there's enough cash year-round. We want to make sure that we have enough cash year-round to ensure that we have enough money available throughout the year to keep the programs running smoothly, as well as revenue coming in, looking at that and looking at the timing and things of that nature. Also, we do the future planning of every year, and so we want to make sure that we do the long term, that we're planning for long term under that maintain financial policies and guides and operating and capital budgets. The next one is the growth that creates the both the positive and challenges of the operating policies. One of the things is that it's good to have the growth. However, it does present challenges as the county continues to grow. Do we have the capital to make sure that we can keep things up and running smoothly? We do make sure that we have the revenue, the money that's coming in, enough to cover our day-to-day operational costs, but we also want to make sure that we have enough money in our reserve to be able to make sure that we have enough funds to be able to make sure that we have enough for the growth of the organization and within the community as well. We do know as the cost grows, the revenues are not as high as they had been as they've come in, and so we have to make sure that we continue to look at that we need to monitor that very closely. We also want to make sure that we have a strong, positive fund balance to make sure that we'll continue to be healthy, make sure that we're solid with our finances. Also, we're going to talk about the maintaining the sound operational financial policies, which is very important. Basically, it's just making sure that we're following our financial rules within the local government, within the state, within the LGC, to make sure that we are able to be solid, so that we can be able to continue to keep our AAA rating, so that we can borrow money at a low cost. Okay. The general fund. So here you'll see in this table that we have the general fund and the percentages, and I did the 3 years from 23 to 25, and this is projected. As you can see in FY23, our fund balance, available fund balance, and according to the OGC, was 33.46%. Then in 2024, our available fund balance, according to the OGC, decreased to 29.5, but now we're in 2025 and we are looking at a possible projection of 32.5% of a increase. Yes.
Yeah, I think looking at this, it would be helpful to know what is our policy on the fund balance.
Sure, our policy, and Chrisley, our policy is that we maintain a 35% fund balance. Part of the reason that we're amending it is our policy doesn't align, or we're recommending amending it, is that it does not align with our practice in how we are saving cash in our debt service fund. So historically, when the fund balance policy was at 35%, we used to save residual funds in a sub-fund of the general fund. So the general fund is comprised of several funds, if that makes sense, sub-funds. We have the main general fund, which is 101. We have 125, which is our capital finance fund. We have a benefits fund, and there are a couple of others, and I'm doing it from memory, and it's been a while. I got the thumbs up from Keith. And so what we used to do is we used to save the dollars in the capital finance fund, okay? And what happened, it would, when we shifted our strategy based on the rating agency's recommendations as far as best practices and how you manage and plan for debt, they basically advise jurisdictions, when you have a bond program and you go to the taxpayers and you say, we want a $400 million, a $550 million bond, which is what we did in 2022. They recommend that you raise the dollars needed to support that debt service payment then. So when we did the initial bond communication and plan, we said at that time we may need up to 2.5 cents to support that expense. Historically, we would have budgeted those dollars in the capital finance fund, but then that would overstate how much you have for general operating. So we changed our practice, and we're now using those dollars in the debt service fund. But we need to sync up of our policy. So when the rating agencies look at our policy, look at our portfolio, they may see that it is at 32%, but they will look, and Chrisley, if you go to the next slide, I think that does a good job of doing that. So if you look at the first row, and I'm gonna stop. If you look at the first row on the screen, you'll see general fund at 220 in fiscal year 2020. And if you look at the next to the last column, you'll see fiscal year 2024. It was at $277 million. So if you look down at debt service fund for 2020, which is that fourth row, you'll see in 2020 it was 38 million. But if you jump over to fiscal year 2024, you'll see it's now at 101 million as far as reserves. Those are planned dollars that we are saving to pay for future debt service payments. So that it does not, and Chrisley, if you go to the next slide, it does not spike tax rate increases. We're trying to make it level in what we're asking the taxpayer to do to support it. So to answer your question, that's our policy states 35%. We achieve that if we look at what we historically would budget in the capital finance sub-fund and that. But we need to adjust our policies. Chrisley noted in her slide that our AAA designation was reaffirmed in April of 2024. It is a beyond rigorous process. It involves the local government commission, our finance team, and our leadership as well as our financial advisors. And so we imagine as we plan for next year, because there are many factors that are involved, or later when we have to do a debt financing, that the rigor will be even more. We have solid financial policies that we stand behind. Our guidelines with our capital finance plan has been in place since the early 90s, late 80s. So we have a long history of having a policy, following it, and actually showing the results of good budgeting. So didn't mean to go through all that.
Thank you. And I just want to add, going back to, so in other words, we need to probably have another graph that shows that we adding on the debt to show that we are meeting that 35%. And then going back to that original graph, I think it's important for our board to also look at the fact that how much of our fund balance is actually restricted as well. So
yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes. And also, you can see on this grid here that we in 2023 the unassigned fund balance was at 12.15%, and there was a decline in 24. Which is 9.27, and then the projected is that it will, move up and increase to 12.10. And so we have looked at some of those numbers prematurely to be able to come up and gauge these percentages for projections. Yes.
All right, so I want to make this sound simple for our residents, okay? And the reason is because when our residents see these numbers, or they hear that we have this fund balance, right? Why can't we use this money to help people? Okay? So when I look at this blue graph, and you're saying that's an unassigned fund balance, it was 12.15% in 2023, 9.27% in 2024, and it's projected to be 12.10% in 2025. Unassigned means that there is not a designated spot or where that money is supposed to go, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the question is, and I know you probably said this, I had to step out for a moment.
Okay.
How much are we required to keep in our unassigned fund balance for emergencies?
Well, in our unassigned, we try to keep as much as, within the fund balance altogether. We try to keep, is conservative, about 6 months here. And that's conservative. That's the real conservative approach. So,
and that's fine, but we want to just make sure that, and as a commissioner, that is communicated as to why we are doing that, right? Because a lot of times, that's why they elected us, right? So making sure when we go out into the community and we communicate this, we can explain the why, right? We want to make sure we're fiscally responsible. We want to make sure we have money for emergencies. We want to make sure anything that happens, we as a county are covered. So, thank you.
You're welcome.
And just to add what Commissioner Burton said, Durham Public Schools are not required to have a fund balance, and so we also have to have money in our fund balance to actually cover Durham Public Schools. God forbid.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right?
And I will say in these current times when there have been sometimes cash flow issues, we've been concerned. So if the federal government, and as you may recall, a couple of months ago, as through changes, there were some delays with revenues being available. Because we had a reserve, we were not in a place of fear. Now, if it went on for a long time, that would have been a challenge. Where, from a solvency perspective and in other conversations, we'll show the benchmarks of other peers, because when the local government commission looks at our portfolio, they look at similar sized entities and how those profiles look. But most importantly, what are your policies as it relates to how you decide to handle an emergency? And different jurisdictions will do it different.
Yes.
And so debt service payments, if an emergency happens just like at your house, you got to pay your mortgage payment. Okay, so, but then there are other levers we can cut off. We can, stop spending for supplies or stop travel, etc. So when we look at what those reserves are, folks may see the numbers and think that it is a large number, but for us, it is not.
Correct.
So, and because of time, Chris, let's go past that, the second slide that we did. We can skip that in the next one. We can skip that since we talked about it as next steps.
Okay. And so for our next steps, what we will be doing is continuing to monitor the expenditures and the revenue patterns to make sure that we remain strong in our financial position. That is very important to us, and that's very critical, in which we are, work with our other partners, budget, as well with the county manager. Also, there will be additional information forthcoming. We have our annual financial report that will be presented in June for our audit. Any questions for me? There you go.
Yeah, maybe this is a separate budget work session item, but I did want our board to get an update on where things are at with the audit function, because several years ago there had been a recommendation about structuring audit, that it would have a dotted line to report to the Board of County Commissioners, and I just want our board to be briefed on that and make sure that we are moving in that direction.
Right.
We can have conversations about the audit, and I can give you an update on that search process. There is the intent for a dotted line right now, and it's to the audit committee, but we can talk through how that structure is and the recommendations also from the audit committee.
Okay. So would that be part of our work session?
No, we'll schedule that separately. Yes,
Okay.
I'll follow up on that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
The other question is the opioid settlement dollars. I know we have a community meeting coming up, and because we do have quite a bit of fund balance in the opioid dollars, that may end up being a blessing if, again, God forbid, there are the changes to that are very frightening around Medicaid. The proposal for work requirements will, if that is implemented, will have a especially disparate impact on people who are in recovery. Because that would be a population that, especially when people are in the first early stages of recovery, having a work requirement would be very difficult for people who are in recovery and in medication, on medication-assisted treatment, and there are estimates that could end up pushing people out of treatment, which is very frightening. So, and there's also been proposals to reduce the funding for things like Narcan, that have been coming into public health departments. So it may be a blessing that we have that much funding in terms of if we lose funding for medication-assisted treatment that's now being provided through Medicaid expansion as well. So anyway, I just wanted to highlight that. I didn't know if we are going to have anything in particular during our budget work session related to the opioid settlement funds.
Thanks, Commissioner Jacobs. Yes, the opioid group is going to come and present, I think, one of the next week's presentation. There, just for everyone's edification, the opioid fund is an annual ordinance, similar to what we're talking about here with the general fund and all the others. It's a separate ordinance than the one you're dealing with in the budget book that you have in front of you. So they're going to present their plan for next year. This is and forgive me for missing some of the particulars, but this is a 17 or 18 year planned settlement. And the way the county has structured this, and I don't want to speak for some of the others, but the way the county structured this is some of the funding is up front, so they're kind of planning to save some of that funding for the latter years when the funding is decreased. I'm sure Jason is the opioid manager. I'm sure he'll be responsive for some of these things that affect the immediate, but my guess is the long-term plan would be to make sure we're set up for the long-term sustainability of the opioid fund. Does that address your questions about it for now?
We're having a community meeting coming up too. So, but yeah, thank you so much.
Ms. Wright, thank you for your presentation here today. And let me just say that I had an opportunity to meet your team, and very delightful. Yes, and so thank you again for all the work that you do. My question is going back to actually one that I talked to the county manager about what a healthy on-hand cash flow looks like. And so oddly enough, people ask me the darndest things. And so that sort of came up out in the community with a discussion that I was having with some people. And she sort of shared with me what that looked like. But maybe for our residents, could you talk to us specifically about that question with regards to the on-hand cash flow?
Yes, so when we talk about healthy cash flow, and as I stated, the 6 month of reserves, that is like a month, 6 months of revenue for operational costs to run the organization, as well as the revenue that comes in as well on a monthly basis. So, when we're talking about making sure that we're healthy, when we're looking at our fund balance, like we looked at not too long ago, we have to just ensure that our fund balance is staying up to that 35%. However, we need to make sure that we have enough money in the bank to make sure that we can pay for our operating costs in case there are downturns in the economy. So that's important.
And as Chrisley shared, that is so critical. I know Commissioner Valentine, we had that conversation, and I talked about, I believe in the meeting, I said how we had in our general fund 4 months operating, and if we look at debt service, it's a longer amount because we're planning for years out. It is not a lot of cash, and if you were to think about your personal account, 4 months cash, is a great benchmark, but it is one in this environment that we're going to have to be very tactical to make sure we remain in the parameters that are best practice.
Thank you.
Commissioner?
I also just had a question about the information in the budget book. This goes back to looking at the estimate in the original. Could you explain, so for the estimate for FY 24-25, for between the estimate for personnel and then the original, it was around, I'm just rounding, I guess it was about $400,000, and I just wonder what was happening there. And also the revenue, it says that there was, the difference is pretty dramatic on the revenue, but then there was a explainer about money that was transferred from the fund balance. So anyway, if you could just give a little insight into that. That's on page 29 in the budget book.
I think I can help with that, Crystal Lee. So if the personnel expenditures you see are $400,000 under budget, that's probably related to vacant positions in the finance department. We budget the salaries at the beginning of the year, but oftentimes people leave and that money is sent there, is unspent, falls back to fund balance at the end of the year. Some of the things we're talking about when you look at the revenue side of that, we budget, in the finance department is where we budget fund balance as a revenue source. Sometimes it's $20 million or more a year, but we never expect to spend that money. So you see it actually, you see a budgeted number, but none of it being spent, estimated to be spent. So this gets to, you're getting into budget 201. We're above 101 now. We're getting into budget 201. Budget 201 says we budget revenue as a balancing number, fund balance, but we never expect to actually spend it because we want to over-collect our sales tax revenue. We want to over-collect our property tax revenue. So we use it as a balancing number in the budget, but then, so you see it as a budget, but you see an estimate of zero or maybe a little bit more than zero, but not nearly the full amount because we never expect to actually spend that fund balance. It's part of our being fiscally responsible. This is almost a sit-down conversation at Bar Virgil and going over it long-term over a mixed drink kind of thing more than it is right here. But do y'all follow what I'm trying to say here?
Oh, that sounds really enticing. Exactly what you want to discuss over a mixed drink.
We have sweet tea and lemonade, okay?
So that's why you're seeing those variances, and that's why the bullet point is there.
Well, the questions are really great, and that's why we allowed enough time so that the board could drill down into questions at a very granular level, and so we appreciate that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Crystal Lee.
Thank you.
Yes. And now we have Mr. Doyle, our tax administrator, for his presentation.
So good morning. Good morning, Commissioners and County Manager. Kiara Doyle, Durham County Tax Administration. And I'm going to go over the few slides I have put together. It was very difficult to keep it condensed into these few slides. So please feel free to ask questions where you see fit. Current department highlights. 2025 reappraisal, of course. Notices were delivered to property owners during the month of March. Informational meetings conducted throughout March and April. The response and feedback from the tax base has been well received in regards to customer service, the access and ease of the operations and the way things were set up, and as well as locations. So that particular facet of the reappraisal went very well. In regards to the measurements to the process itself, the North Carolina Department of Revenue has produced a report regarding some of the things we'll discuss in some of the later slides. But during that report, the County of Durham received a median sales ratio of 100.20 and achieved a weighted mean of 100%. So just in regards to the efficiency and the actual measurements of the work done by the real property division within the tax administration was very well in regards to the numbers and the measurements achieved. The real property division executed over 30 community outreach sessions, partnered with over 20 associations and organizations, and hosted sessions throughout the county during weekdays or weekends. This was very intentional and aggressive due to the expectations of this particular reappraisal and the market that this reappraisal took place in. This is basically an illustration of the budget in regards to the numbers you've previously seen in regards to the previous slides and previous presentations over the past few weeks. The performances in regards to the reappraisal, of course, you see a dramatic increase in regards to real property estimate. These numbers are showing the holdbacks already put into these numbers or factored in. So those reductions have been taken into consideration already. Personal property, very little increase. We have reason for that particular projection or expectation. Public service, I have an asterisk here. The increase expected could very well be more than what we're seeing on the screen. It's kind of an unknown until August. We have to wait for that report from the North Carolina Department of Revenue. But based on the amount of reductions previously, that particular value could be more than what we're showing. Motor vehicles, it's kind of hard to say. Those are another set of values that we weight or dependent upon that particular figure to be given to us in regards to Department of Motor Vehicles and reports that we have to wait on to see those figures. We kind of do a lot of trending to get to these figures in regards to the timing of these budget requests. Public service, as I mentioned before, public service was adjusted downward due to the previous year's ratio. North Carolina Department of Revenue reported a 30% reduction to the total system value of 2023 and again in 2024. All right, now this is not a sole individual thing for Durham County. This particular report that I have this year, 2025, shows roughly about 10 counties receiving a similar reduction. And these things are contingent upon a bunch of factors, mainly the timing of when your reappraisal is and what type of market you are a part of. If that ratio drops below 90%, you'll see a reduction. So if a county is too far away from their reappraisal and they're experiencing a market increase, they should see a reduction based on the fact that that ratio has dropped. In our particular case, we were 5-6 years before our next reappraisal, so we had gone past that particular 4th year. So it was natural, considering our market, the real estate market that we were a part of at that time, it was typical for that particular ratio to drop. And once it did, we triggered this particular type of equalization. This particular statute, 105-284, equalization is triggered for landline communication, gas, pipeline, and power companies when the median sales ratio falls below that 90%. in the reappraisal year or the 4th or 7th year in the reappraisal cycle. Us moving to a 4-year cycle should eliminate these types of adjustments or minimize them moving forward. Due to the reappraisal process, as I spoke on the previous slide, the public service will return to 100% assessed value. North Carolina Department of Revenue begins that reporting in about August or slightly after. Yes, ma'am.
Can you go back to the slide just before? So I'm trying to understand kind of like trends and benchmarking, like, for instance, looking at personal property has gone up so little, and just had to put that into context. And and also looking at things like motor vehicles, like are we, I guess, trending the same that we would see with other counties or nationally, especially around, it's to see that there's such a big difference, right? I mean, I know obviously there's a big difference between real property and personal property, but just the fact that this is since 2019 and only seeing, basically it hasn't changed, so.
Well, so technically this is from year to year in regards to personal property. Well, all of them actually, but 2019 does apply to the real property difference. But in regards to personal property, I believe over the last 3 to 4 years, personal property had an explode. They increased dramatically from year to year. It wasn't typical increases. It was a matter of the amount of businesses that came to this area over the last 6 years or so. The last 2 years, we have seen a deduction in regards to, and it's actually on a further slide, but we're seeing businesses leave. And when they leave, they take a considerable amount of business personal property with them. So that particular value has fluctuated a little bit more in the last 2 years. So it hasn't seen the considerable year after year growth that we saw for about 4 years prior. And that's in regards to personal property. Motor vehicles is a number we wait on. That's not a number that we actually can dictate or keep track of without support from the state. So we get those numbers, and when we get those numbers, we do try to read them based off of what we're seeing and trending wise. But that is a number that we see in regards to the amount of appeals that people have and the values that we do see go up. So when those values go up, we try to trend based off of that, but then we have to wait to see how are those values impacted by the appeals that come after. And that's going to be spoken to in regards to real property and personal property in a future slide.
Okay, so what you just said was really interesting, and I'd be curious to have more conversation, and with the help of people like Andy Miracle, like what can we understand from some of this information? For instance, obviously, it's a good thing that our property values are going up for real property, because you don't want to see it go in the other direction as a community. But how you just said, that it may be that more businesses are actually leaving than coming here, or at least ones that have real property. So it would be good for us to dig deeper into that, especially with the impact of the current federal government's policies on, research and on RTP and our universities, manufacturing facilities, research labs. That's where we're going to see a lot of real property. And so what is this trend going to mean for us? And then related to cars, with the tariffs, are people going to be holding onto their cars, not buying new cars? So are we going to see the motor vehicle property decline? Or maybe go up because cars will be more expensive for people to buy. So I think, so what you just said made me think of some other questions that,
definitely mentioned a lot of unknowns that we are watching.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I also wonder, can you give us a breakdown of what our current percentage of our property tax base is, and what are considered good percentages to have? So based on residential versus commercial versus office, that's important for us to know, because historically we had a really good mix. Like, you don't want to have too much just be, dependent on residential. But again, as some of these macroeconomic trends are happening, like you mentioned, higher office vacancies, like, what are we going to end up having more pressure put on our residential property owners?
That's a great question, and fortunately the county manager requested that information recently. So I do have a breakdown. It's take this into consideration. The residential properties, when I say this number, are including condos, and condos are kind of a gray area. They could be considered commercial or residential because of the property type. But when I put them with residential, Durham County as a whole is about 92% residential. So that leaves 7% commercial and less than a full percent of exempt properties. So that breakdown now, like I said, considering how you want to look at condos, if you want to put them with commercial or residential, it does matter and it does sway those numbers, but we're looking at roughly 90% residential.
And that sounds really different from the way we've seen previously, so it might be good to look at some trending data on this, because this seems like a big shift.
The patterns have shifted, and we can bring that information for further discussion.
And keep in mind, those numbers are raw, so some of that's vacant land, residential vacant land, commercial vacant land, but just based off property types, you're looking at roughly somewhere around those numbers. And condos can be looked at one or two ways. You have business condos, so a building has multiple parcels because some of these actual businesses are within a condo unit, and then you have residential condos. So that's why it's a little bit of a gray area when you put those numbers as a group in one or the other.
I think I would definitely want to see if we could see what it looks like with the business condos connected to the commercial and the residential. Yeah, because this breakdown is very scary to me. So I want to see if we can look at it a different way.
All right, so briefly, the 25-26 real property growth changes, and I spoke to it briefly. The holdbacks that were used were roughly 2% of real property valuation. That's safe, but not too conservative. Of course, the county manager mentioned earlier, holding back too much reduces budget revenue and overestimates potential losses due to the appeals that we are expecting. And I'll speak to that very next slide. Holding back too little puts significant risk on meeting budget revenue and underestimates the potential loss due to appeals. Speaking of those appeals, we are roughly at around 5,500 appeals to date. We have just under a month left. In regards to the expectations, we are not where we thought we would be, but we do have time left to get there. So I guess we're trending in a way that's, we feel good about it, but the time we have to get to the deadline, it could definitely end up where we were expecting. Holdbacks are calculated based on the previous reappraisal trends and the projected total number of appeals to be received. So in this case, we're at 5,500 or so. If we reach 7,500 or so, some of the numbers we used or trending we used was based on a projected number around that appeal total. So we trended upward from where we are, and hopefully those projections being based off of particular numbers puts us in a reasonable place in regards to what we are projecting. Commercial concerns to watch. Again, vacancies remain a concern during the appeal cycle, mainly for the apartments and the office buildings. These two particular property types are very tricky to read in regards to we actually have market information that was used for the reappraisal. Okay, that was information that we bought from vendors. They provided us accurate market information. That same information, again, is market information. When an actual property owner appeals, they're going to have their individual information. As long as that information is prior to January 1, 2025, we have to consider it. So, for example, if we have market information showing certain rents, certain vacancies, but they have individual information that they do not disclose until it's time for an appeal, and it varies from the information that we have taken from the market, we have to depend on the Board of Equalization and Review or the Property Tax Commission when they make those rulings. How they will rule determines that amount of appeal variance, whether they get a reduction, value stays the same. We won't know until we get into that particular process. We made every consideration on the front end for these vacancies based off of the data we could get, the data that we paid for from the market. But we still have to deal with the possibilities of what a property owner takes to an actual hearing. Loss of business, as we brought up a little previously, the county impact to business personal property revenue is a direct impact based off of any businesses that leave. Now, this is tracked based off of the transactions that we are able to track. So there are transactions of sales or just transfers. To date, we're around 270 transactions since January 1. Our hope is that all of those are not businesses leaving. Some of those could just be a matter of an LLC transferring to another LLC name. The properties that transfer, that's fine, they're still here. If they transfer or sell and they move somewhere else or they cease to exist, those are the business losses that we actually have to consider. And those losses we can only track through the transactions. There is no projection or a way of being able to identify that number from year to year. And based on timing of these budget reports, the clock is still ticking in regards to what we're able to capture. Like I said, to date, we're roughly about 260 to 270 transactions. I wouldn't expect all of those to be business losses. Some of those are just merely transfers. All of these things lead to the impacts to the collection rate and the tax base's ability to pay. I for one, just heard the city's proposed rate today. So considering those things, the tax base ability to pay is a big concern, which does impact our ability to collect. So these are things that we have to consider in regards to what we are looking at and what we are evaluating in the office in the Department of Tax Administration. So these are the concerns that we are watching, mainly commercial, mainly the things that we have to wait on from the state to report, such as Department of the DMV report, and the anything that we have to wait on from public service, which would be somewhere around August. That is the end of my particular update. If there are any questions, I am available.
Commissioner Burton?
Yes, I don't have any questions, but I just want to give you a big shout out, Mr. Doyle, Kiara, and your team for just doing a really fantastic job of getting the word out about the reappraisal and resources that residents can utilize. You came to my church a few weeks ago, and you know, it was a really, really great informational session. So I just want to say thank you for all the hard work that you have been doing around this whole process.
Thank you, and definitely the team that I work with and you all for your support and helping us pull that off. So thank you.
Commissioner Jacobs?
I just want to echo what Commissioner Burton said, and I think, I don't know if the number of appeals is reflecting what a good job that you've done, but I'll consider that, and I hope you do too. Also, one of the performance measures showing that there's been an increase also in the number of people using some of the state programs, which is fantastic to see that. That's really great. Do we have the comparison with how many appeals we got in 2019? Do you know that number offhand?
I do not, but I think it was more.
It was more.
At this point, I believe we received more in 19 at this point. But
at this point in time. So that would be helpful to see where were we then, and then how many did we get after the deadline in 2019. And I wonder if we should do a big push, our public information staff, to remind people about the June 16th deadline now, especially with the news about the proposed budgets. That might be good to do something.
The public information and the county manager have definitely put it in the most recent literatures that have gone out, but we will definitely work together to do more.
Yeah, maybe just even like a press release with the city.
Yeah, we will definitely do that. And as Kiara has shared, we've tried to coordinate the messaging every opportunity that we can. But you're absolutely right. That date will be here, and we want to make sure everyone is aware. Yes.
Yeah.
We'll do that.
Yes, but thank you so much for great job. Really wonderful. Thank you. I have a budget book question. So looking at the page in the budget book for tax under revenue for the tax administration for taxes, it was the estimated amount was around 379 million, and then for finance under taxes and under the revenue it was like 121 million. Can you explain what are those two different items referring to, both being referred to as tax revenue?
Thank you for looking that closely at the budget document. It does my heart good, the work that we put into it. In our finance system, taxes is a grouping, a category of revenues that includes property tax and sales tax. Property tax revenue is collected and identified in the tax department. So when you see tax revenue in the tax department, it's talking about property tax and vehicle tax. When you see tax revenue in the finance department, you're looking at sales taxes. So there are a category of
that's really
revenue
helpful.
called taxes includes both, but that's a great question. Did that answer it?
Yes.
Mr. Doyle, so I guess I'll join my colleagues in saying thank you. Your level of availability during this tax cycle is to be commended. That's the only statement I have. You actually answered the question that I was going to ask about appeals. Was it typical, based on the type of year that it is with regards to the appeals? And it sounds like it's tracking similarly.
Yes, I'll say, I think by the state standards, they base it off your parcel count. So we are definitely under considerably where we thought we might be during a reappraisal year. Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kiara. And just echo the thanks and gratitude for the amazing things. Every time I go to a meeting and someone's talking about property revaluations, I'm like, our tax administrator can come to present. And they're like, oh, he's already come to us. So thank you. Appreciate it. We can now, are folks okay with doing a working lunch? Working lunch, then we can break, everyone can grab lunch from the back, and we can come back at 11:55. 15 minutes? 10 minutes?
Can you make it 12? Because I go to the bathroom. You said 11:55. Yeah, just even 12. And,
okay, 12 works. Now move into our benefits discussion led by our Chief Human Resource Officer, Kathy, and her team, Deidre. And I don't have your name, so if you want, Alex? Oh, okay, wonderful. Please, and then just remember to turn on your mic when you are speaking. But thank you, I'll pass it over to y'all.
Good morning. Well, you've taken my introduction. I was going to introduce Deidre and Alex, but you've done that already, and I'm glad that you did because I would have mispronounced Alex's name. So I will turn it over to Alex then.
Yeah. Well, appreciate it very much. I know we are running a little bit behind schedule, so I will try to just be focused on kind of the key big picture highlights as I run through the presentation today, but please stop me with any questions. I can talk for a long time about anything and happy to expand on any of it here, but I'll be taking the lead of it and then turning it back over to Deidre and Kathy as we wrap up here. So primarily what we want to talk about today is the biggest part of the benefits budget is the health plan. So the health plan is a self-funded health plan. What this means is there's certain stop-loss insurance that you purchase, but that's only covering people that have claims over $225,000. Anything below that big deductible is retained by the county as far as paying the claims. And then we have an administrator. They're the ones that are sending you the ID card, validating the claims, and working with the providers on having contracts to have quality rates. But the biggest dollar perspective of the entire health plan is just the claims funding. So the expectations of how much we're going to be paying in claims over the next 12 months. That's the biggest dollar perspective of the benefits overall, is the health plan claims funding. We did do an RFP this year. We were a little early on the cycle, but because of the timing of it, we went out for bid for administrative services for the stop loss, for administrative services for the claims, for the medical, and then for the pharmacy benefit management, and then the stop loss insurance. So kind of the managers of the program. Currently that is done by Cigna, and we'll be talking more about the results of that RFP for a July 1st effective date. So, and then the reason that we offer a benefits program in general is to be able to attract and retain quality employees. So we'll be going through some benchmarking of how the health plan compares, particularly against that peer group. But that's we're consistently reviewing with the coverages of the plan and then the cost of the program, how much it costs to enroll in it there. So what this is from a dollars perspective, kind of a visualization on that graph. So $225,000 is the stop loss insurance threshold. The stop loss insurance company takes on the risk above that, but everything below that, responsibility of the county. So whenever you're going to a hospital or a doctor's office or having a prescription drug claims, those are administered by the administrator to make sure they're validated claims. But then every week, Durham County is funding the costs of all of those health claims, and we're covering employees that choose to enroll in the plan, which is almost every full-time employee, and then some pre-65 eligible retirees as well there. So from a dollars perspective, if we're looking at the current year, the total claims funds is about $35.6 million, stop loss about 2.3, and then the administrative services, so the cost of making sure the claims are eligible and managing the claims and the member eligibility, and then some cost containment programs is about $761,000. So you see of the overall, 92% is going towards that claims fund. And then what we do is we look at how many claims we had over the previous 12 months and 24 months and use that to project out what the claims are going to be in the future. So it's when we're talking about the health insurance costs, health plan costs, it's not a hard dollar number. It's kind of estimates about what the previous experience was and what we are estimating for the future. Part of, one thing Durham County does well is retaining employees, which is a good thing. We see savings on it when it comes to training and being an effectively run organization. But each year, the employees then get a little bit year older. And as you start getting into those 40s, 50s, 60s, in general, your claims costs continue to increase. So the frequency of needing to go to the doctor, being on prescription medications, those go up. And then additionally, the costs of those procedures continue to go up. So the hospitals and doctors' office, they have similar wage pressures that everybody has had, and then they try to recoup those costs by increasing their reimbursements from the health insurance companies here. So as far as the results of the RFP, we received proposals from all of the major medical providers, which is Aetna, Blue Cross, Cigna, MedCost, and United Healthcare. We also received proposals from 6 additional pharmacy benefit managers, which manages exclusively the pharmaceuticals, the drugs, and then 23 stop-loss proposals. And overall, these are RFPs that are not just what the dollars perspective, but a lot of performance guarantees, member services guarantees, looking at the network of providers, making sure that we have adequate access to care, and many other factors go into it. But overall, staying with Cigna was the most advantageous proposal overall. A big part of that is Cigna significantly improved their pharmacy cost guarantees. So that was really what made this RFP very much a worthwhile project. Is compared to our previous contract, we're projecting about $2 million in cost reductions because of this new pharmacy contract that Cigna was able to provide. Additionally, some advantages of staying with the current providers is we don't have to worry about any disruption when it comes to provider access, so we're not changing the networks. People that have received certifications on needing certain types of care, no disruption on that. Additionally, Cigna increased the wellness funding, so funds going to reducing long-term costs that the county reinvests has gone from $100,000 up to $150,000, and it's a really strong stop-loss insurance contract. There's no exclusions that are called lasers, and there's a renewal rate cap on there as well. And they also improved some of the performance guarantees. So a really strong renewal option from Cigna. Some of the other finalists that were...
Alex,
yes.
I'm sorry, can you talk about what a laser is?
Yes. Yeah, so a laser, yeah, good. So no, yeah, right. It's not Space Force. What it is the insurance companies will sometimes put on a contract provision that says, "Ooh, that's a really high cost claimant. We are not going to cover them, or only going to cover them if they reach over a very high dollar amount." So they'll put like $1 million deductible on one person individually that then we would need to budget for. So this is what happens a lot of times when you're changing carriers pretty frequently, is that they want to kind of cherry pick the risk. By being with Cigna, they offered a firm proposals that says we are not lasering anyone either on the current year or on the renewal cycle, that we are having everyone be covered, so that's easier for us to have a more stable renewal process. Any questions on the lasers? But basically, yeah, just an exclusion for certain people from stop-loss insurance. So no lasers on the Cigna proposal. And one of the competitive proposals was from the NACO Edge Pharmacy Benefits Coalition. So this was a strong proposal, especially when compared to the previous Cigna contract. But when Cigna refreshed their pricing, when we pushed them through this RFP process, it became pretty comparable in the overall pricing. Another negative mark as far as the highlights on the NACO proposal was that there were 268 medications that employees are currently taking that would have been excluded on that formulary. So that had an impact of almost 500 members there that would have had to change the medications that they were currently taking, and into some of them were just a different brand, other ones were just a different type of the medications, just other changes on there. So then overall there wasn't significant cost savings, and the member disruption was fairly significant on there. United Healthcare did have a pretty competitive overall proposal. We asked for separate proposals for the pharmacy, for the stop loss, and for administrative. They did bundle it all, so it was all or nothing with going with United Healthcare. The biggest negative remark on United Healthcare is when we did a claims repricing. So if we had all of the same claims that we did in the previous year and the future year, how much would it cost with United Healthcare compared to Cigna and everybody else. And United Healthcare was about $730,000 higher than Cigna. They did have pretty significant savings on the stop-loss insurance, but overall, when we factored everything in, there was not significant savings by moving to United Healthcare. So everyone else was less competitive than these options. So overall, this was a good process because we received significant improvement on the pharmacy with Cigna and a low member disruption by not having to change carriers there. Any questions on the RFP process or the results?
So when we went to RFP, were we only requesting RFPs for the county self-funded health insurance plans, or were there fully funded health insurance plans also?
This was only self-funded.
Oh, self-funded. Okay.
Yep. Yes.
So I noticed that there was no RFP for vision and dental.
So we did because of the medical costs rising pretty significantly over the past couple of years. We typically go on a 3-year cycle. We're wrapping up the second year of Cigna for the medical. So we went out a year early on kind of the 3-year cycle for medical, but we regularly look at the answers as well.
And our dental and vision was trending very well.
Yeah.
Unlike the medical, we were not overspending.
Okay.
Right.
Because that's confusing to me, because when I looked at some of the data around dental, it looked like we were, I have to find it, but it looked like the estimated budget was higher than the original budget, and I interpreted it that we ended up spending more on dental than we had budgeted.
During our renewal conversations with our broker, it was 0% was what was recommended as it related to the dental and the vision, because it was trending. I don't know exactly what you're referencing, but we can definitely go back to our renewal documents and determine.
Okay, I'll try to find it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. So of so getting into kind of what goes into the budget considerations on the overall is talked about it. It's the utilization is really what's driving the increases. We talked about the $6.3 million number was referenced as far as additional funding needed, and a lot of that has to do with just the frequency, the volume of people seeking care. We also saw the cost of the care increasing, so the same procedure costs more this year than it did last year, kind of projecting out into the future. We also did have some stop-loss insurance increases, so the stop-loss alone went up pretty significantly, and that's due to the high-cost claimants. We had several people with cancers that are very high cost, so that's caused some increased costs and some other high-cost claimants there. We are instituting some cost containment measures for this year to help reduce the budget increases in the future. One of the big things we're doing is promoting the use of the health clinic. So the health clinic, is a capitated cost, meaning we don't pay additional for the higher utilization of it and lower costs compared to going outside of it, and also promoting wellness. So promoting people to be taking care of themselves and reduce the future claims by taking care of themselves through the wellness. We also, a big cost increase overall has been GLP-1 medications. So you've probably seen these on TVs, the Ozempics, Mounjaros, and then the weight loss GLP-1s of Wegovy's and Zepbounds. We are putting utilization management on all GLP-1 medications as of July 1st. So if you want to be on a Ozempic medication that costs about $1,300 a month, you have to be diabetic. And then if you want to do a weight loss medication, we're sourcing that through alternative means at a significantly reduced cost. So making people are taking the medications that they are prescribed appropriately for, and then managing the costs of those medications on the weight loss side. Yes.
Yes. So is that contributing to the cost of health insurance with the county? I know with the state, in order for you to qualify, you have to be diabetic. Like, we can't even get it anymore. Because I'm still utilizing, because I'm a retiree, which I am, but we still get, state health plan, they said no, as long as you're diabetic. But are you seeing that's what's costing the high cost of insurance? I just want more information.
Yeah, it is a fairly significant factor overall, is these GLP-1 medications for those that are diabetic and on weight loss that used to be a couple $100s a month, and now $1,300 a month is the average retail price on one of these medications. So that is a factor on there. So we're being proactive. Several people, especially more in the private sector, they decided to stop covering weight loss medications, and the state health plan also decided that. This is having a robust benefits package is something that Durham County is important to retaining and keeping quality employees. But the price point was having a large effect on there. So what we're doing is for the weight loss medications, sourcing them by alternative means directly from the manufacturers, or using cash price discounts to get them at a reduced cost point. But it is significant because the cost of diabetes medications overall has gone up significantly, and then this weight loss medications weren't even a thing 3-4 years ago, and now we're seeing hundreds of people taking these medications.
Hasn't there been so on the cost of the medications piece, has the county worked with, or like the provider Cigna, do they connect our employees, like not just for GLP drugs? Like I'm thinking like even my ADHD medication, I get it like through my employer's insurance, but like I get a discount through the manufacturer that my insurance connects me to that discount program. Does our health plans program have that thing? Because like if I didn't have it, then I'd be paying like $200 out of pocket, but now I pay less. Does our health plan provide those connections and resources too?
It does for the high-cost specialty medications. So what we've done is we've increased what the members' out-of-pocket cost share is, but because there's the manufacturer assistant program, the copay cards are so widely available that the pharmacies and the members kind of have to be a little proactive, but most people are able to make that connection, but then the overall cost is much lower because we're maximizing the use of those manufacturer assistants. For the non-specialty medications, for those ones, we keep the member costs low as far as their out-of-pocket costs, where they don't utilize those so heavily. So they're low cost for the employees as it stands right now.
Okay. And then specifically about the GLP drugs, just knowing, I think, is there any information about the actions that Attorney General Jackson has been taking with the state on their decisions about the cuts around GLP drugs?
You mean as far as, well, right now we have them, access to them currently. Are you thinking about kind of future?
Because when the state made their cuts of cutting out GLP drug coverage, Attorney General Jeff Jackson has taken action about the healthcare benefit cuts at the state level that included the cuts to GLP as discriminatory.
Right. So, and we still have access. So other ones have excluded them. With Durham County, they're still covered. So I guess maybe I'm not understanding.
So we're not familiar with Attorney General Jackson's actions in that regard, since we never cut them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then kind of wrapping up the slide, some of the things that we continue to evaluate is the plan design. So this is kind of what the member pays as far as their out-of-pocket costs. There were some significant changes at the last renewal, July 1 of 2024, and then the employee contributions, how much are they paying out of their paycheck to be enrolled on the plan? And then another one is the Duke contract. So a pretty unique arrangement that Durham County has is they have a direct provider contract with Duke. So rather than relying solely on Cigna or United or Blue Cross for determining what the reimbursement costs to Duke for their procedures. We have a direct contract with it. And the Duke contract is significant. On this next slide, we have kind of looking at where the overall medical costs are going to. So this isn't pharmacy, but just the medical costs. You can see almost 35% of the total billed charges are coming from Duke facilities. And the next largest when it comes to a facility or provider is WakeMed at like 6%. So that's where the big dollars are. All other would be every lab, every doctor, every smaller provider. So Duke is just a very large dollar perspective. This is for all of 2024, represented $16.2 million of billed charges. There was, this is before going through the discounts on that contract, but that's how much was billed from Duke for Durham County employees and their families and the retirees. Yes.
Yeah, I think we benefit greatly from that Duke contract. I certainly see it when I get my billing statements. If I go to physical therapy or whatever, I mean, you'll see what is they'll say, here's what your services cost, but here's what we charged you.
Yeah.
And there's a significant difference. So, it would be interesting to see. That's the bill charges, but what would it have been without the contract that we have with Duke?
Right, and so we did a good amount of analysis this year on that, and for certain procedures like outpatients for something like that, it's a very good deal and much better than if we just switched over to Cygnus. There are other ones certain procedures that are not as good of a deal. So it's kind of you gain ground some way, you lose ground in other ways. So some places it's a great deal. Other parts of the Duke contract, it's worse than some of the other contracts available. So it evens out to some degree, but overall, I think it's strategically important to have that relationship and not be reliant on a third party for the costs, I believe. Yeah.
I had a question. One of the things that I'm really impressed with Durham County government is that a lot is being done to keep employees, workers healthy. There are a lot of things. I was really impressed when we got onboarded as new commissioners. I was wondering, are we seeing, having those proactive programs, is it showing up in the insurance costs, like with people going to, filing claims, things like that? Is it making a difference?
Absolutely. So with the access to all of and I have this later on in the slide, but just speaking of just alone with the GLP-1s, if you will, a heavy load of our employees currently are seen at the Employee Wellness Clinic, and it is for weight management, if you will. And we've actually received updated reporting that states that, over the past 2 years, there's been about 1,200 employees who have participated in a biometric screening, if you will. And of those 1,200, and this is merely just body mass index alone, patients starting at high or moderate risk was at 718. But then the patients that are at that same starting risk, they started making improvements, was the number of 403. So that means 56.1% of our employees are making improvements in the alone. That's just body mass index. When we're looking at A1Cs, 55.1% have been making improvements. So overall, just the GOP, us making it available to them, and we definitely see the long-term benefits of keeping it, because tons of our employees, they make suggestions and they always give us their feedback, especially when it comes to the wellness clinic, and they're very much happy, very productive, and this is what keeps them here, really. And also, just having access to it is attracting employees to come to the county as well, since others have just taken it away from their health plan. But go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And I was going to say the use of the wellness clinic, or the fact that we have it available, is helpful. And some years ago, we did an audit to see whether we were benefiting from having it here, looking at the claims that were coming in and offsetting, and it was beneficial to have it because individuals can go there with no copay, which of course keeps it off our plan.
Commissioner Jacobs?
I just want to piggyback on Commissioner Burton's question. Do we know how many people are participating, for instance, in the walking program?
Choose to Move?
Yeah, Choose to Move.
We can pull that data very quickly for you and provide that as a follow-up.
Yeah, and just, I think the trends, like if we're, you know, if it's still as popular, I mean, there have been different times, there have been teams and competitions. I don't know if all that is still happening.
Yes, that
It
still
is.
happens.
Okay, awesome.
And I'm competitive, and I think they're cheating, but yeah, it still happens.
I mean, I personally love it when I'm walking around downtown and I see county employees out walking. I think it's really healthy, not just physically, but mentally. You see people walking in pairs and they're talking, and I appreciate all of the department heads who are allowing their staff to take that break. I think it's really good for people, and I know our local businesses also appreciate it when Durham County employees are, you know, eating out for lunch or whatever. My other question was around the gyms that we have and the exercise classes. Are we at capacity for those? And wondering about participation, and is there the opportunity to promote those more?
I'm always going to say that we always have the opportunity to do more. However, those programs are administered through public health, employee wellness arm of public health, Dr. Jenkins' crew.
Okay. If we could get a chance to hear more about that, because I just want to, you know, learn more about it and make sure. That seems like that's something that really should be tied into what you all are doing as well. But I know I'm personally somebody who could benefit from exercising more, and my husband says to me, why aren't you doing the programs at Durham County? And I'm like, I don't really know how to go about it or how to do it. So I don't know how many other people are like me. So I would love to hear more about that for selfish reasons too.
Absolutely. I also have a slide where further on where we will talk about those other unique benefits that we have here at Durham County.
All right, I'm going to move on to plan design a little bit. I'll move very quickly here. So Durham County offers two different plan designs to their employees and their families, a base plan design, and then an option to buy up to a lower deductible plan that has some lower out-of-pocket costs. So this was a change from previous years to the current year, where we did have one plan and now we have two different options for people. We used to offer the base plan that, for lower, the plan design used to be more like the buy-up plan, but at the base contributions. But on the left side, you have the primary care copay is at $30. So that's how much you pay to see a primary care. The deductible and out-of-pocket maximums, they come into play if you need a more expensive procedure like going into a hospital or surgery or need advanced imaging like an MRI. That's when the deductibles and co-insurance comes into play there. So we have the base plan design with the contributions on the right side, and then you have the buy-up option. So you get your deductible down to $1,000 from $2,250, but for this one, you're paying more out of your paycheck to be enrolled on the plan. So on the next slides, I'll go through kind of how this compares. Yep.
So I'm confused. The amounts shown on the side, the 34, 50, 32, those are the monthly, like out of paycheck.
Those are
if you enroll in the buy-up?
Semi-monthly.
Semi-monthly. Okay. So it'd be like for an employee only $70 almost. Because I was looking at it, because I opened up my, the SAP thing to look up what it would be just to compare. And I guess I'm just confused because like when I'm looking at it, it says the base plan for just me is $40, employee plus children is $147, and base plan for family is $293 monthly.
So I'll speak to that. Yours is looking specifically different because it doesn't appear that you have the HRA credit. So if you have the HRA credit, the county gives you $40 per month towards your medical plan premium. So if you were employee only, you would just be at $0 for the month to pay for it. Did I answer your question?
What is that credit again? Sorry.
The HRA credit, health risk assessment.
Okay.
So the county provides all employees the opportunity to receive a HRA credit of $20 per paycheck towards your health, your medical plan premiums. If you did your HRA, then the employee-only premium for the base plan would be the $0, and the employee-only for the buy-up plan would be $34.32. So your current plan, is yours base or buy-up?
So that the base plan it says 40, and then the buy-up it says employee-only 108.
And Deidre, can you explain what the HRA is?
Yeah, health risk assessment. So every year we have a health wellness program where our employees can do two things. They can complete a Cigna personalized health assessment, and then also they can get their biometric screens done throughout the year. Once they complete those two things, then they have satisfied the requirements for a health risk assessment credit amount. Again, that's $20 per paycheck off of your medical plan premiums. And then once you've finished your HRA, whatever your results were for your biometrics, whatever they were, it affords you the ability to earn up to $150 in gift cards. So the employees can then use that gift card for whatever they want. But it's a reward mechanism to get healthy numbers and healthy outcomes.
Yeah, so the idea being if you have like a high blood pressure, that you're meeting with the doctor and discussing that and being proactive on managing it until it creeping up on you and having a heart attack and creating longer claims down the line.
So we have mass HRA sessions here at the county on site for individuals who would prefer to do it that way, or you could just take your physical from your doctor that you get every year and upload it into Cigna's website, and all of that will count toward the credit.
And then when the county went to this tiered plan last year, I raised concerns about going to the tiered plan last year, and so wondering, like, the conversation we had and presentation we had last year was that there was going to be revenue generated for the county out of this program. So how much revenue was then generated by going to this plan?
I don't have the dollar in front of me, but I can take that as a takeaway. But about 1/3 of people decided to buy up to the buy-up plan, and 2/3 stayed on the base plan, roughly speaking. So you could do the math on the additional contributions times 1/3 of the population, but I can get you a more firm number on that. But yeah, the idea being is that we'll go through the benchmarking a little bit that we did last year as well, but kind of getting the base plan design more in line with the benchmarking of the peer group was a lot of the rationale behind that as well. But
right.
Allowing people to have still a really rich benefit plan.
And I was about to say, it's really hard to, project how someone's benefit year may be based on their health. Something could happen, they could get hit walking out of a building or whatever, but the out-of-pocket maximum before was pretty low, and now it's at, what, 45 for family? So that was the basis upon that statement. Like, we wouldn't be paying all of that beyond $1,000. Now you'll have to pay a little bit more before you max out. But, yeah. So Alex can get that.
Do we have, I guess, on that same line of question, what was like the total amount of savings then for the county switching from that full coverage health plan that we had for everyone to the tiered plan?
Yeah, and I don't have the dollar right in front of me, but it's two parts. It's the contributions, so we could take, the 1/3 of people that chose to buy up, there's additional contributions from there, and then on the plan design itself, right? Because the people that stayed on the base plan, they had to pay a higher deductible if they did end up needing, a hospitalization or surgery. So it's twofold in kind of what the combined savings are, and I don't have the dollar, and we're kind of not even done with the first year yet either, so it would be kind of an interim number at this point right now too either, but it's a good question to be asking, so I can get that number.
Did you say it was 845 that took the buy-up?
It was about 1/3 of that, so that sounds about right, yeah.
Okay. So that alone, plus with their premium, gives you a basis of the increase that we got, because they don't get free medical any longer, correct?
For the people that buy
Yes.
up, right? Yep, so it's all that, but then you got to do each tier as well, because the family cost is more on the buy-up, so it's a good amount of math, but we can do it.
And I will say, that's the struggle with striking the right balance with healthcare. Everyone is struggling trying to see how much employees are willing to pay out of pocket. I often go back to my example 10 years ago when I was on the state health plan, and out of pocket it was at least $650 that I was paying. And if the family plan here is $120 per pay period, that's 10 years later. And so if I look at the cost savings, that was about $6,000 a year I was saving, and the plan was not as generous as what they would cover. And so one of the points I make in the message, and something that we collectively will need to do, is figure out what does it look like long term, because our ability to meet targets mean that you're staying at a certain level with expense. And if we have a high premium year, then you will not meet the projected targets with revenues gained. But that's a complex scenario, and I do believe that we're at a stage that we even explore traditional health plans, and because we are self-insured, and that is not the strategy that most organizations are able to afford or choose to do. It's my desire to have as rich a plan that we can. The question is, what can we afford? And I know other entities are also looking at what a percentage is supported by the employee, and it's a delicate balance.
No, I absolutely understand that. I think for me, it's just I want to make sure that, those cost savings that we were expected to have, the revenues that we were expected to generate, were those met? Because I worry about our employees having these increased costs, and then now this year we're going to have a merit-based increase, but last year we didn't, so folks had to buy up in their insurance plan while also not receiving a merit-based increase, and that impacts folks, and especially with the cost of everything, I would want to make sure that our employees have really great coverage and benefits. I did have another question. I'm sure you'll have to bring this number back, but that's fine if you look it up of while you're doing that research I know it's going to be multifaceted layers, but for the lower tier, folks who choose not to buy up, if we could figure out, and I know everyone's situation changes year by year, what their average cost of increased out-of-pocket expenses were for the average employee who didn't buy up, and then for I think that would be beneficial.
Right.
I had one other
I
question.
think we can say that the buy-up plan was the one that increased the claim cost mostly this year. So those who were on the base plan that you're asking about, it looks like it performed kind of well.
Yeah, that's another difficult balance on it all. It's who pays more when we have an increase? So is it just on the buy-up plan? And it's the people that are receiving care, they should pay more. It's how much more do you charge them? What's a fair amount? So finding that balance, it's all part of a challenge here. Yeah.
And then my last question is more so about timeline, because as an employer and as like a self-insurance plan, we can choose when our open enrollment is, right? Is there a reason we have open enrollment before the budget passes?
Historically, that's been the practice. We can look at cycles of that. I think it's dependent upon when the plan ends, but we can definitely look at doing it at a
change the
different
plan
time.
date if we wanted to. That's other than there's a lot of moving pieces on something like that, but there's nothing that locks us into having a specific date.
Because last year that was something that also came up with, like, if we wanted to change the health plan, it would have had to reopen open enrollment. So I feel like we should align it with our budget, because that's when we're going to be deciding what the actual health plan is. The coverage. Okay, Commissioner Jacobs, and then Commissioner Valentine.
Yes, I just have a process question. So I think it's great for our employees with respect to the health risk assessment and the credit that goes along with that. But are they required to actually upload that information before that credit goes into effect?
It does depend on which avenue they chose to take. If they did the on-site HRA event that we had, there was nothing that they had to do. If they chose to do their biometrics with their primary care provider, there was a form that they would take to their provider, and their provider would fax it, or either their provider can give it back to them and they can upload it to their Cigna profile so that Cigna can process it. If they completed it through the MD Live virtual process, then the virtual process would have sent them to a LabCorp, and they would not have been required to upload anything. So it really depends on which avenue the employee chose to take.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, Commissioner Valentine and I were worried that we forgot to do something, but I think we're okay. Yeah, I think, I know we're going to get into this further, but I really appreciate all of the benchmarking that you've done, because, we just related to the bigger, and I understand Chair Alam's concerns, but we have to face the realities of what is happening with our budget and our revenues. We're at the point where I believe, is it 70% of Durham County's budget is going just for personnel? Am I getting that right? So if 70% of Durham taxpayer dollars are going just for our staff, and then we only have 30% left over to actually provide services to the community, then that's something we have to talk about and think about. I don't know if I'm getting that right, but, and then just retirees, we haven't even talked about that, right? Retirees and things like that. So I think this is a bigger discussion that we do need to have, and involve our staff in them as well. David?
We'll get you some breakdowns. There's a lot of different ways to look at personnel costs. Obviously, when we factor in DPS as a third of our overall budget, 70% can also be personnel. But when you take out some transfers and stuff like that, we'll show you a couple different ways you can look at personnel so you can have some context for that, if that helps.
Yeah, so those are some of the big picture things that I think about. There's always trade-offs for everything.
Yeah, and that's a big part of last year when we made some significant plan design changes, was looking at this benchmarking data. This is a very large dollar item, and we're seeing large increases. We had to make some concessions on there. Yep.
So do we keep raising taxes so that we can pay for the benefits for our employees? Those are the kind of things that we're really talking about.
So, yep. Yes. This is looking at the benchmarking. This is a peer group. I think there was a question early on about how do the benefits compare to private sector. Private sector varies widely by geographic location, where the employer's located, where the employees are located, and industry. With the public sector, we kind of span a bit of the industry. We're not just service or labor or administrative. It's kind of broad. So comparing against the peer group, we think is most applicable. If you were to compare this to different locations in California and New York, would look a lot different than North Carolina. This is a subset of large local governments within North Carolina. Annually, we do this with like 20. This is kind of narrowed down to the 10 largest here as comparison purposes. So we look at the base plan designs. Most governments allow people to buy up to all more expensive options, but looking at what can you get for the lowest cost option. The deductible before last year was $1,000, so kind of on the far left side, and now we increased it up to the $2,250 level, which puts us more on the higher end there. The out-of-pocket maximum, so your worst-case scenario for the year, that's $4,500, which is pretty squarely in the middle of the peer group. And then looking at the co-pays, how much you pay for the primary care doctor or specialist in the urgent care, kind of middle tier there. But the other part of the equation is the contributions, how much the employees pay out of their paycheck. And this is one that was really important to maintain that $0 cost plan on the base. So other places charge more to be enrolled on the base plan. We still offer a $0, one of kind of three in the peer group that still does that for employee only. The other part is for family coverage for those with spouses and children enrolled on the plan. We are cost competitive on that front as well, with the monthly contributions for those doing the health risk assessment, $253 compared to the much higher at some of the other peer groups there. So it's kind of twofold, the plan design and the contributions. We used to be on the far left side of both of them. Now we kept what's coming home out of their paycheck low, but if there's people that choose not to buy up, they may have to pay more at the time of service, than they did in previous years there. Any questions on the benchmarking? All right. Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to be clear. So when you say the deductible, this is how much a person has to pay before insurance kicks in.
So for some procedures, like going to a doctor's office or a specialist, that's this slide on the co-payments. So when you go for the doctor's office, you have a fixed dollar amount. But then if you need to go to the hospital or have a surgery, advanced imaging, some durable medical equipment, that's when the deductible comes in, where the employee or the family member would have to pay the first $2,250 and then a percentage of the bill after that until you hit your worst case scenario. Yeah.
So you're saying in Wake County, like the city of Raleigh, it's $1,500? That's
yes.
Yep.
Where was that one? On the for the deductible, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Any other questions on benchmarking? All right, I think I'm going to, DJ, turn it over to you then, and kind of, other aspects of the employee benefits program that kind of differentiates Durham County and helps us attract and retain employees.
Absolutely. So this is one of my favorite things to talk about. So our on-site wellness clinic, this is a third-party contractor who is our on-site wellness clinic. And there's 2 nurse practitioners that we have available, along with 1 medical assistant that's here on the first floor. This benefit is available to employees and their dependents. Most times, if you want to be able to see a doctor same day, you can do that with the employee wellness clinic, but you can't do that at your PCP. So we value the resources and anything that we can use from on-site wellness clinic. And in addition, our employees get free parking, so we try not to create any challenges or obstacles for them. We would like our employees to use the on-site wellness clinic because that takes the dollar figures away from the claims, it hitting the benefits fund, and we can utilize our on-site wellness clinic. Other things, access to free generics at Durham County Public Health. Our wellness clinic can also prescribe medications, and once they prescribe those medications, then the employees can walk to the public health department and pick up those generics for free. We offer unlimited nutritional weight management counseling on our plan. 3 on-site gyms here at the county, 1 in the Health and Human Services building, 1 in Admin 2, and then the other one that's available to the Durham County Sheriff's Office. Choose to Move program, which we discussed earlier. That is where we literally pay our employees to take 30 minutes out of their day to choose a wellness or a physical activity to walk during the day. We know that that does increase productivity and it improves their health. So we have a program, we in collaboration with Durham County Public Health to support our employees in that way. Coverage for weight loss medications, we've discussed that. Coverage for eye exams, we offer, not only does the Durham County finances the entire vision plan for the employee and their family, but we also have where their Cigna provides us a free preventative eye exam for our employees that are on the medical plan. So our employees have access to 2 eye exams a year. Hearing aids, that is a newer benefit. Back in 2023, we've offered hearing aids. Prior to that, our coverage ended at age 21. So back in 2023, that coverage was added, and now we are providing hearing aid support, and you get a max of 2 hearing aids per 24 months. We're happy to also provide Headspace app access to our employees and their family members. They can download Headspace, which is a mental health meditation app to kind of get, more wellness centric, right? Help with sleep, help with, just calming your nerves, getting you centered. That is also a benefit that we offer to our employees. Next. One of the things we've also wanted to make sure that we highlighted was the different leave options it was brought up earlier. We offer here at the county the Family First Paid Leave programs. These programs, it offers paid leave to employees who need to take time off of work. The paid parental leave is offered up to 12 weeks. That is to bond with the new child entering the employee's life by birth, adoption, or by foster care. So if you have a child that is being fostered or adopted who is 5 and under, the employee would receive up to 12 weeks of paid parental leave. If they had a child that was over the age of 5, they would receive up to 6 weeks. We also have paid family leave, where you can care for a seriously ill family member. You can be offered up to 6 weeks of paid family leave. And then we also have wellness leave personal leave / wellness days. This is 5 days per fiscal year that is offered to employees. This is more so related to self-care, or if you are a victim of domestic violence or stalking or some type of harassment activity where you might need some type of support and time away from the workplace. That is the motive behind the personal leave. Of course, we offer the Family Medical Leave Act because that is a federally mandated unpaid leave of absence for our employees, but we also offer a supplemental leave policy where if an employee themselves, if their provider states that, hey, you need more time, you can't go back to work and you're exhausting FMLA, we do have an additional DECO leave where the employee can stay out for their medical condition until their doctor releases them. We offer funeral leave, 5 days per fiscal year. Volunteer leave, which is one of my favorites. We offer that to our employees because there's a lot of employees who like to volunteer their time and their resources to the education system. They like to chaperone or any other agency that might fit up underneath our strategic goals. Our employees can volunteer 4 hours every month, and that is paid. And of course, we still offer the sick vacation, holiday leave, and all the other good stuff.
I have a question, but before I give the question, I really want to give a shout out to the volunteer leave, because when I was working in the school at my book fair, I had a parent who worked for Durham County government. She volunteered at my book fair. She used the volunteer leave, and I had a librarian from the East Regional. She volunteered. The question I had is for FMLA, do you have to have, like, say if you go out for surgery or what have you, do you have to have enough sick leave in order to cover? Like, how does that work?
Yes, ma'am. So with Family Medical Leave Act, originally is an unpaid leave, but with our policy, we make sure that our employees do not miss out on their income. So if they are approved for FMLA, they use whatever leave that they have available in conjunction with the FMLA until that leave runs out. Once they no longer have any accrued leave to take, then they are still able to take FMLA. It's just in a leave without pay status, or either they can opt for donated leave. Next slide. One thing I wanted to bring to your attention is we did do a little bit benchmarking with some of our newer leave processes. Family leave, again, that is up to, for Durham County, that is 6 weeks, up to 6 weeks of paid family leave to take care of your seriously ill family member. At these other agencies, they did respond to our survey. As you can see, Buncombe County provides 6 weeks, Chatham 3 weeks, Guilford 8, Town of Scarborough 6 weeks, and Wake County at 3 weeks. Most of them are required to be FMLA approved at the same time. Which agencies do not offer paid family leave? You can see City of Burlington, City of Winston-Salem, Orange County, Town of Surf City, and Vance County. So we absolutely do utilize this as a recruiting strategy as well.
Oh, yeah, I'm so glad to see that you did some benchmarking here. Could you add Durham to it so that we can compare?
Sure.
On these points? Yeah, and I also, going back to that other slide, the types of leave that we offer is amazing. It really is, and I wanted to echo about the volunteering because, you know, there are all kinds of benefits, mental health benefits and social benefits around volunteering as well, but so thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I would also like to add, just on this slide, I failed to put that the City of Durham does not offer a paid family leave. However, they do offer up to 6 weeks of paid temporarily disability leave if someone was injured off of the job type of situation, but they do not offer a paid family leave for the City of Durham.
Okay, well, having a baby doesn't mean you're disabled.
It doesn't.
And these leave programs that we have run outside of FMLA. Right. So their FMLA remains intact even though they may take 6 weeks to care for a parent.
And I think, to your point, Wendy, it doesn't mean necessarily that you're disabled, but having that short-term disability actually provides you federal protections when you have a baby. Because when I went on my parental leave through my job, having that short-term disability made sure that my employer couldn't fire me, like, during that time period.
You had to do both disability and?
Yep, I went on a short-term disability and FMLA at the same time.
Do people need to do that here?
Actually, no. They don't, because our paid parental leave is already paid, so our short-term disability benefit will not allow that to double dip with the income. So our employees don't actually need the short-term disability. What protects our employees is the FMLA is what pretty much protects their benefits and their job whenever they're utilizing FMLA.
My job does it differently, where it's, you have short-term disability, and then they provide FMLA or parental leave for 16 weeks after, but it was my understanding that the short-term disability kept your job protected, and then FMLA provided extra protections after that fact, because there's a limited amount of time.
They could be running concurrently there. Yeah,
they're running. Yeah.
And some, just on how they're financing the leave. Some people will do like a insurance policy for all short-term disability claims. So
you might want to switch your.
My employer covers 100% of my health benefits. I will not be switching.
Next slide, please. And then the other benchmark, lastly, is personal leave. That is the 5 days per fiscal year that we provide to our employees for self-care or domestic violence situations. Of the respondents, we had 16 employers to respond. As you can see at the top right-hand side, those that offer personal leave, yes, would be the navy blue section, and the majority of them do not. And those that require leave requests, you can see the majority of the respondents does say that their employees do require to put in a leave request, where with our current personal leave, employees don't have to put in a leave request. They can call in the morning of course, because it's tied to domestic violence situations and other things that might not be, forecasted, if you will.
So they don't have to give a basis for the leave. Right. They just say, I'm taking the leave, and it can't be denied here at Durham County.
Correct. So with the personal leave, you can see that Durham County does provide the majority of the most, which is at 5, while Buncombe and Chatham and Town of Surf City and Wake County provides 2 days, and Town of Carborough provides 3.
I will say for all of our leave categories, we are looking at sort of long-term where we may need to adjust in some areas, because there are some that are causing other challenges for department with management of the work schedule. And so we will come back to the board on those refinements and looking at best practices. One of the I think HR for the benchmark information, so that we could see how we compare to our peers and also learn from where our peers may be further along in program implementation. And so just wanted to gauge, just sort of share that component as well.
And that concludes my presentation. Are there any questions? You can go to the next slide, Alex.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Our next, Commissioner Jacobs.
I did want to, I know this may not be for now, but it would be great to understand the dynamic with retirees and benefits, and what happens, at age 65. Just that dynamic, how that, and you were mentioning also around the age of our employees and those correlation with health. I don't know if you have any data around that to share with us.
Not prepared today, but those are good follow-ups I can get to.
Thank you. Oh, and another thing that came to mind when we were talking about this is, and I hope we're going to have a presentation around the jail data, because one is to understand our costs around medical care at the jail as well.
Would that fall under, like, medical cost of the individuals in the jail or of the employees
No, that's a
of the
separate
jail?
contract.
Okay, yeah.
The WellPath contract,
Okay.
yeah.
We'll make sure that when Director Jenkins comes, he speaks to the WellPath contract.
Thank you. Our next presentation is Greg Merrow, our Chief IS&T Officer.
It always feels like you're alone when you don't have support to the right. Where's Kristen? Kristen, you want to join me? So my goal today is to provide a brief update on the county's ERP initiative. Our effort to modernize and replace the 20-year-old system that currently supports our core financial, human resources, and procurement operations. This is not just a technology upgrade, it's a foundational investment in how the county manages its business, from payroll and budgeting to vendor payments and position control. ERP systems touch every part of how we operate here in the county. So today I'll share where we are in the process, what's coming next, and highlight a critical need, an initial but essential set of full-time positions to ensure we implement this system successfully. And with the right staffing in place, we can protect this investment, reduce risk, and ensure that the ERP program delivers long-term value for the county and the residents we serve. So I'll start with, let me begin with a brief overview of the county's IT department. Our mission is to deliver IT value through innovation, security, and responsible stewardship, all in support of the county's broader goals. And in the past 2 years alone, we've managed over $19 million in digital assets, delivered 33 major IT projects, and closed nearly 20,000 service tasks and incidents. Those are tickets that come into the organization. We've also achieved more than $100,000 in savings through strategic IT investments, and our efforts have been nationally recognized, including one of the top 10 digital counties in the nation and 11 NACO awards in 2024. This foundation of operational excellence and efficiency sets the stage for the next major step in our digital transformation, the replacement of our aging ERP system. So you hear me using this acronym ERP, and I will explain that in the next slide. But just wanted to quickly highlight some departments, some big initiatives this fiscal year. One being the website redesign. That project should go live. We want to go live with that new site at the beginning of the fiscal year, so in the month of July. And then in the middle of the slide, we've been working on a secondary data center, and that came about as a result of the malware attack we had in the county, where, for many of you who remember, it brought us to, for at least for a little bit, complete stop in our business. And so the secondary data center gives us an opportunity to run critical applications, not just in one location, but in a secondary location, so that if we lose our primary site, we have a secondary site. So that's the whole benefit of having a secondary data center.
Where is that secondary site located?
Best practices is that you minimum 3 hours away. So our secondary data center is located in Charlotte.
I do want to put a point of clarification. The timing of the secondary site was in process prior to the malware attack. So we had been updating the board on the importance of having it, and there was a placeholder in our CIP plan. And unfortunately, the malware attack did occur. And so, but we were in process,
Yes.
and we had a more captive understanding after that event, but I did want to refine that piece.
Thank you, Claudia. That was one of the first things I noticed when I joined Durham County government. So I always tell Claudia I haven't slept since I've come on board, because we don't have a secondary data center. And then the last thing is the ERP on the right-hand side of this slide, which indicates, and I'll talk about, that's basically all of the work that we've done this fiscal year to bring us to where we are today. So the next slide talks about what an ERP system is, and on the slide you kind of get the, the technical sort of definition of what an enterprise resource planning system is. And I'd like to give you an analogy. I was thinking when I was driving in, I passed by a school, a high school, and I thought to myself, I said, imagine running a big school where you have a cafeteria for food, a library for books, classrooms for teaching, and a front office for attendance and records. And if each of these areas used their own system and didn't talk to each other, things would get confusing very fast. You know, what if the cafeteria didn't know who was at school that day? Or if the library couldn't see student schedules? Or if teachers had no idea, you know, attendance records? So an ERP system is like one big school computer that helps everyone work together. It connects all of the parts: the finance, the HR, the purchasing, the attendance tracking, the inventory, so that they share information and stay in sync. So when you hear this term ERP, just think, for the county, it really is the system that runs the county, okay? And instead of juggling separate systems, ERP gives you one smart brain for the whole organization. It is the system of record for the county. Yes?
Yeah, I was just going to say that was a good example, because Power Schools, that's what's used, and it's used across the state to know grades, if a child moves from Durham County to Orange County. So, yes.
Absolutely. So we currently run, in the middle of the slide, we currently run a system here called SAP, and we run a version of their software that they released in 2004. That's how long we have been on it, called SAP ECC. That was incorrect where I said early 90s. It was 2004 when we went live. SAP, though, was working on the system in the early 90s, so that gives you an idea of how old this piece of software is. And as I said before, it runs the county's financial, human resources, and procurement system. And SAP is basically said, the company SAP has basically said, enough is enough, right? We're tired of supporting this old piece of software. They're ready to move on. And so they're forcing their customers to move on as well. And so the end of life for this piece of software that we're on is really 2027. But they have said, we will extend maintenance for costs. If you want to take your time, you know, we'll charge you. We'll extend maintenance through 2029. And so the IT budget, Claudia covered this in her budget presentation. She talked about new IT positions, and those positions are primarily to implement this new ERP system. I threw this in, and it was supposed to be a sort of a bill slide, so you're sort of missing the headline. But this was in the newspaper on Monday. A trade magazine called CIO, and it was an article about organizations moving off of SAP, and the article indicated that 2/3 of the organizations that are where we are today still haven't made the move. So you can imagine over the next 36 months the rush now to get off of this piece of software. And the bottom paragraph here says, even more pressing, CIOs on older versions are staring down the end of support as soon as the end of 2025. So SAP really wants to get organizations off of this old piece of software. So that's really what the slide was trying to indicate. And then the next slide, again, was just a quote I pulled out, and you can see here, and I always like to emphasize, although I'm sitting in front of you presenting today, this is not an IT project. This is an entire business initiative for Durham County government. In other words, this project affects most of our business units, from human resources to finance to budget. This is a collaborative effort. I always like to say the IT piece is kind of the easy piece. It's pulling all of those businesses together and figuring out what that new transformation will look like. And it's important to point out that ERP implementations are among the most complex and high-stakes projects any organization can take on. So I can't think of another sort of project that's more complex than an ERP initiative. And so the new positions that Claudia had talked about in the budget presentation, they're just not additional headcount. They are strategic enablers of our success. And those positions include positions like project management positions. We certainly need a project manager to help us work through this initiative. Business analysts. The business analysts help us bridge the gap between our current processes and the future state. A system architect was one of those positions, and that's critical for ensuring that our new ERP system is scalable, it's secure, and it integrates with the rest of our technology ecosystem. So I thought I would put together just a timeline to give you some idea of where we are. We're sitting here in 2025. And so what we have done to date is we have published an RFP. So we have an RFP out there for vendors to respond to. And that RFP closes on June 3rd. Once that RFP closes, we have a lot more work to do, which I'll go through in the next slide. But this chart is trying to indicate that over the next, this is 2025, over the next 60 months, this is a picture of how that implementation might look. So what it's saying is, if we start fall of 2025, I'm estimating they say 24 to 36 months, but I like to operate on the really, really conservative side with ERP implementations in terms of a 36 to 48 month implementation. And so we're looking at, I'm hoping, fall of 2028 to begin rollout of new ERP functionality to the county. That's the yellow box. The red box, again, is just a reminder to everyone that SAP drops support for the current ERP platform that we are on. We have to be off of that platform come 2029. Okay, so this is just a kind of a timeline of where we are today, what that implementation will probably look like over the next 24, 36, 48 months. Okay. The next slide, it's just a summary slide. And so as I wrap up, I want to quickly summarize where we are in the ERP selection process. As you can see on the right-hand side of the chart, we are following a very structured process. We've moved through planning, requirements gathering, and the formal RFP release, and we're now in the middle of the vendor response phase. Our RFP, as I said before, officially closes on June 3rd, and shortly after that, we'll begin reviewing proposals and preparing for vendor demonstrations. We will actually bring vendors in and have them demonstrate how they can respond to those key business requirements that we have as a county. The next step, especially the demos and the partner evaluation, will be critical in ensuring we choose the right system and the right implementation partner for the county. So once we get through the vendor demonstrations, we select the software, then we'll go through a partner selection, an implementation partner selection. So this project is about more than replacing outdated technology. If there's anything we leave with today, I want us to leave with that. This is more than about replacing outdated technology. It's about building a modern foundation that will support finance, HR, budget, procurement, and operational services for the next 2 decades. Typically, when you put these systems in place, as our old one, they stay in place for 10 to 20 years. So this is a very important initiative that we're kicking off that will hopefully last for the next 2 decades or so. So that's all I have. Thank you again for your support, your time today, and your continued commitment to this important initiative. Certainly willing to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you so much, Mr. Merrill. I'll start on this side.
Yeah, thank you, Greg, for your presentation. And, you got me when you talked about the schools, and because, again, we all had to communicate with each other. We had to know what was going on with, attendance. We had to know, okay, in the media center, okay, if this child, where the child lived. We had to know all this information. So thank you for, explaining this well. When we go out and talk to our residents about why this is needed, because this is the lifeblood of making sure we can run county government well. So thank you so much, and to your team as well.
Thank you. I always like to say, is using the analogy Claudia mentioned at the board presentation meeting, her budget meeting. We're still running on a flip phone today. You can't load any apps. You can't take any pictures. There is no storage in the cloud. All of those things that we take for granted today. And that's the system we're running on today.
And I borrowed that analogy from Greg. I do want to just, I don't know if there are other questions.
Vice Chair Lee.
I did want to point out in our capital improvement plan, we have a placeholder for this expense. I don't have the exact number, but it's over $25+ million.
Greg, thank you. Thank you for this this timeline, and it's a kind of a quasi-project plan here.
Yes.
These timelines are razor thin here. I mean, we're getting to a point, if we're just at the RFP and we hadn't done vendor or partner type meetings, I mean, we're in May. We're looking at December for that selection stuff.
Yes.
This yellow box here gives my heart some palpitations here. If you're talking about rolling out functionality in the fall 2028 and 2029 is when they absolutely cut. That's a hefty lift there. You all are the experts. You all know what you're doing, but that scares me. I've been involved with SAP transformations, especially into Oracle financials, all that kind of thing, and it's painful. It is a very, very painful process. It just makes me nervous. The timeline kind of makes me nervous. I'm curious. Was there a delay? It seems like we're kind of getting started late, especially since the initial date was 2027 for end of life support. Was there a reason for it? Like we're just now getting started on that? For that?
So, Dr. Lee, you make some great points. I thought I was going to be able to sleep with the secondary data center coming on.
Right.
But now this project is coming.
Right.
Don't forget the malware attack when you started.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say the malware attack really knocked us back. We went into hybrid learning how to support hybrid work. It's just, as you know, there's never a dull moment in the IT world. You're always responding. And as someone said to me, also you work in a county where things just not going to move like they move in the private sector. And so trying to get 30-something plus departments organized around this big initiative has taken some time. And so I certainly, I'm in that boat with you. One of the reasons why we put an RFP on the street is that we don't want to lock ourselves into SAP. So we want to see, after 20 years on SAP, what's best of breed in the marketplace. and that's why we put the RFP out. We may find out that there's someone out there that's now better than SAP and has their implementation timeline is a lot shorter than implementing an SAP system. SAP is really the Cadillac of ERP systems. And so, but we know it's a heavy lift. So I certainly resonate and I feel that pain. But as I always like to point out, and I want to repeat it again, this is not an IT project. ERP systems require everybody in this room. Thank you. It requires everybody in this room, all the departments, to come to the table to, certainly finance has a big lift, but we hope to be able to roll out pieces. You don't have to wait until everything is done. You can roll out, you might be able to roll out onboarding, the new onboarding module. You may be able to roll out the new offboarding module, different pieces of the HR system.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Valentin, then Commissioner.
Mr. Merrill.
Yes.
Thank you so much for your presentation today. You had referred to this as a heavy lift.
Yes.
I'm not an alarmist, so I'll refer to it as a major undertaking. You had talked about the secondary data site. I saw my colleague, it seemed to give him a bit of angst.
Okay.
And you had mentioned it potentially being in Charlotte. What does that look like, number one, like timeline-wise, which I'm concerned about? So that's my first question. My second question is, I'm still not certain whether or not our networks or systems are as equally vulnerable as they were prior to the attack. And third, do you have everything that you need for this undertaking?
Let's see, just start from the last one and work backwards. So do we have everything we need? The answer is no. We will discover along the way. We certainly have asked for an initial set of resources to get this project going, and as we get into it, we will determine what other resources are critical to get going. A lot of that is going to come from once we select the software vendor and once we have an implementation partner on board and we look at their implementation plan. We'll know better what we will need on the county side. Okay? Your second question regarding are we in a better position than we were prior to the malware attack, and the answer to that is absolutely yes. We have, that's a whole nother presentation on what all we have done, but we certainly have hardened our systems. We have put firewalls in place so that if we do business, let's say with a third-party organization, there's a firewall between us and them, because that was the sort of the impetus of the malware attack before. Something came from someone else into our network. So we have that. We have a lot more in the cloud now. We are already backing up to Charlotte. So all of our data backup today goes to Charlotte. So we're for the most part 98% there in terms of an operational data center in Charlotte. Okay. Now, 5 years from now, will it look like, will we still need to be in Charlotte 5 years from now? It may change because we may, as more and more moves to the cloud, we may not need to have a physical data center. Okay. So I'm hoping that, as an example, the next ERP system will be in the cloud, will not run here locally.
I would like to add one comment to Greg's remarks. The operational assessment that we're doing with IS&T and the finance area will also give us insight as to where we need additional resources. And we will aggressively bring forth to the board or do realignments, the steps that are required to make sure that it's seamless. There are two places, just based on my experiences, where organizations struggle when they do major ERP updates, and we are vulnerable. Okay, we have many of our employees that were here working on SAP at a stage that they can leave us. So retaining those individuals throughout the process as long as possible is one important step as we transition to something else. Often, at least it's been from my experience, organizations will not staff up properly for maintaining the current system while building the new, and they have the same individuals doing both. Folks burn out and they leave. And that's where you have major challenges. And so there will be much intentionality on what kinds of incentives we can do to encourage individuals to stay with us. And then as we recruit for talent for the new software, and that'll be better determined once we determine which software package is out there. Make sure we're getting the best talent that's in the market. And we do feel that it's a competitive market now, and we should not have a challenge finding the right talent. So we will resource up for a few years just to make sure we cover all bases. And because it's an aggressive timeline, lean not only on the individuals that will help us with implementation to give us insight, but with this operational assessment, get some best practice advice as well.
So, Mr. Merrill, you had said that this is an IT project, but it appears to me that a great deal of the coordination is falling in your lap. And so I'll end just by saying that it is my hope, and I'm sure it goes without saying, that we look forward to hearing from you along the way to see how that we can continue to be supportive. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Jacobs?
You can't leave, Greg. You can sleep, what year is it? 2030.
2030.
So you kind of alluded to this a little bit, but I'd love to hear about a little bit more about like what the vision is of when you say we're a flip phone now.
Yes.
I was like thinking about that what's going on now with the FAA and the technology with the air traffic controllers.
Yes.
Okay, so luckily we're not landing any planes. But I would love to hear, like, once we implement this new system, what is the vision of, what are some of the things that we will be able to do? Okay. Because I think that, and I'm trying to take a cue here from Commissioner Burton, I think in terms of this being really hard, that when people understand like what is the purpose of all of this and like why we're doing it, and here's what how it's going to impact you positively, and this is all the things that we're going to be able to do in Durham County government and your departments. When we get there, it will help, I think. But I'm just really curious, like, what are some things that you hope we'll see happen that we're not doing now, or that are not possible now once this is implemented?
That's a great question. I can give you some of that. As an example, the new ERP systems in the marketplace today, just take for instance, I know the board makes decisions based on data. And so a lot of times we have to go back, we have to go find the data, we have to collect the data, and then we have to find someone who can generate the reports and build the reports and da-da-da-da-da-da. All that goes away with the new ERP systems today. The data is there, you push a button, those reports, a lot of those reports are already built out. You may have to customize them a little bit, but all of that data is now captured right there in your ERP system to help you make decisions much faster than you do today. So this is just one example of how these systems have leveraged data. Many of these systems are taking advantage of AI technology today, right? And so Instead of having to generate that report, you'll just type in plain language. I need a report that shows me how many employees may or have been absent for 30 days last year. You speak that language, or you just type it in just regular language, and boom, there it is. So that, you're getting away from, the programming, the configuration, all of those things that we had to do 20 years ago and we've been doing over the last 20 years. It's being simplified with just where technology is going today.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much. I think, one question that I would have is, how does technology that we use in other areas of Durham County impact our safety and security that may not be directly connected to ERP, SAP systems, our tax administration software? I don't know if our 911 call center software is connected, all of that. How does it interconnect?
Yeah, so that's a great question, and that's always a concern, right? So one of the things we have put in place is a process where if you are Department X ordering a piece of technology, you have to at least have the county IT organization review that so that we know where it's going, how it will connect to our network, et cetera, so that we can make sure we have those security checkpoints in place, right? We don't want somebody putting something on our network and lo and behold, it surprises us, we didn't know about it, there's a security gap, et cetera. So we really work hard at trying to monitor what technology is ordered in the county, what's connected to the county network. That's critical. And so we just don't allow, XYZ or John Doe to, bring in a computer from home and plug it into the county network, because we don't know what you might have on your personal computer. So we really work hard at trying to monitor that kind of stuff to protect our ecosystem of technology that we use here in the county. Yes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Merrow. And for anyone who wants some thoughtful insight into modern technologies, you should check out Mr. Merrow's LinkedIn page. I always appreciate his posts on there. He puts out some very good pieces about AI and how technology is impacting our growth and how it impacts local government and leadership. So everyone should look at that. Thank you so much.
I'll come visit you on the 4th or 5th floor?
4th floor. I'm on 4M, but our I don't like to say it too loud, but our brains is on the 5th floor. The brains of the county is on the 5th floor. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Now our final presentation and discussion, we have Maytal. What? Oh, yes. And Manager Hager said our most important, our Durham Pre-K discussion from Maytal, as well as Cooperative Extension and Durham Pre-K.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Last but not least for your day, I'm Donna Rewalt. I'm the County Extension Director, and I have the pleasure in our department of facilitating our relationship with Durham Pre-K and supporting our early childhood action plan and that function in our department. With us here today are Maytal Brock, who's our County Early Childhood Coordinator, and Linda Chappelle with Early Years, who is our partner, I would say almost more than our contractor, for implementing Durham Pre-K, and they will go through a variety of things to kind of help you understand where Durham Pre-K sits today with the recommended budget, a few pain points and opportunities.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners, Manager Hager. My name is Maytal Brock. I'm the Early Child Coordinator. And I appreciate this time. As you well know, Durham Pre-K is a major county investment in supporting healthy child development and early education for young children in Durham. The county has contributed increasing amounts of funding to community partners to bring that goal to life. And more specifically, the county's investment in Universal Pre-K began in 2018 with funding that goes directly to the Whitted School and a pre-K supply and demand study to inform additional investments and expansion. Then in 2019, a contract was established with Early Years, formerly CCSA, to administer the Durham Pre-K program. Here is data that highlights the growth of the program in our community over the past 3 years. It is disaggregated by sites because of the implications of the collaboration with various partners. In this work, it was compiled in different points in time, and you can see that at the top of the table. It provides the data from classrooms in private sites, Head Start, Durham Public Schools, and exceptional children classrooms that also include 3-year-olds because of the mixed age classrooms. Want to say something about this? Lastly, this is the breakdown of the recommended pre-K budget for fiscal year 26. So of the $8 million that were recommended, there's a flat funding, $7 million for Durham Pre-K, and the $1.5 million that go directly to Durham Public Schools for the Weeded School. Also, an RFP was completed for the administration of Durham Pre-K, and based on Early Years' response to the county's RFP, which highlighted their expertise to continue the effective operation of Durham Pre-K and their ability to grow the program in accordance to the county's strategic priorities, we have selected them to continue with the program's administration, and we will present a 5-year contract for your approval next week. And now I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Chappelle, and she'll share an in-depth look at the program. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you and to continue our partnership. I think partnership is the key word across the entire landscape of early education in Durham, because this Universal Preschool Initiative is very much interwoven with each program, each funding source, and I think that is a critical component of that. I come here at the end of our 7th year, hard to believe, of local preschool services. Prior to that, there were different activities and initiatives, but the actual launch, we've been operating for 7 years. Durham Pre-K was born, as many of you will remember, from the community's bold goal and desire to expand access to quality early education. And after years of strategic investments by Durham County, our public preschool supply has grown significantly, and people around the state speak regularly about the innovations happening in Durham. And I mean that sincerely. You can't go anywhere without people asking questions about what's happening locally here in this community. These gains really reflect that really smart policies and innovations can really move the needle for children and families. And it's something we don't want to lose sight of. We want to celebrate. The data really remind us, though, that this momentum is not guaranteed and that our supply of public preschool seats has not yet met our community goal to serve 75% of the census of 4-year-olds. It was a bold, audacious goal, and it had a 5-year timeline, but we knew when we set it in the preschool task force that it was likely to take a lot longer to implement. But we've made substantial progress of which we can be proud. In the coming year, the Durham Pre-K Governance Committee plans to really reevaluate and look to plan for a 10-year period so that we can get behind progress in a thoughtful and methodical way. And we will engage with the community to really address that. So in looking at highlights, there's so many, it's really hard to prioritize. I want to share that our families come to us often having struggled to find affordable, high-quality early education options. So to truly meet our families' needs for high-quality programs, we have to invest in the people who make the impact on the children. So through intentional strategies to recruit, retain, and support teachers, and in other effective strategies to strengthen our preschool system, we really have worked hard to prioritize in those areas. So what we show really here is that our investment in teachers is paying off, and I'll talk more about it in an additional slide, but 79% presently of our Durham Pre-K teachers have a degree in early education. And Durham Pre-K was honored with a gold medal for meeting the preschool quality indicators that were analyzed by City Health and NEAR at the national level to really measure what the system has developed to assure quality. That gold medal is something that we are extremely proud of. We have invested significantly in the Durham early education workforce, and we have raised external funds. We raised external seed funds to create the Durham Early Education Apprenticeship Program, which is, in its second year, the largest apprenticeship program for early education in North Carolina. We also this year secured a study grant at the national level. We were the only local program selected out of the 5 awardees. The rest were all state level preschool programs. So we received a planning grant to study family child care as an option potentially in the future for our Durham Pre-K program. And I'm here to highlight that our applications for next year, of which we're accepting since February 1, have increased for the 25-26 school term. So quickly, I'll just say, over time, as I mentioned, we are working toward our 75% goal. This year, based on census numbers, we're at 42.7%. And to address the educational piece I mentioned, 8 out of 10 Durham Pre-K teachers and half of the instructional assistants have a degree in early childhood education. And if you compare that to statewide in early education, you see those numbers significantly less. And if you even compare it to the state's called Premier Preschool Program, NC Pre-K, you see that Durham Pre-K is really leading the way. And those are because of those investments. As I mentioned, the Early Education Apprenticeship Program, in the second year, presently by the numbers, there are 40 apprentices, and you hear all the time about the lack of interest in being a teacher, especially in early education, and we struggle with the wages for early educators, but we know there are people who want to work with children, and we are very proud to have 40 apprentices. We have 22 mentors who are highly experienced working with those apprentices, and we're at 19 partnering employers at 22 different locations. And then I'm thrilled to share that we secured the grant to offer to launch this summer an Early Educator Academy for 6 weeks in partnership with Durham Tech. That is an on-ramp program, and I want to let you know that from a meeting I was at this morning, we have 69 viable applications for only 10 seats for the program that starts later in June. So if you have any money in your pocket as a personal donation, we will be doing some fundraising related to our summer academy because we have a goal to try to add 10 more seats before we start later in June. And then I will say that this investment in the early education workforce is at the core of the universal goal for Durham Pre-K, because if we get to our 75% goal, we have to have highly qualified teachers in the classroom to serve those children. So as I mentioned, the enrollment applications are up for this year. As of the middle of May, they were 7% more than this time last year. We take applications on a rolling basis, and I will share that it is true that some families wait till closer to school starting to apply. But we are pleased with where we are at the present. So, with our budget request, we appreciate the allocation from the county, and we obviously will maximize the funds allocated. We did ask for an increase primarily to deal with inflation. We asked for a larger increase last year. We did get a slight increase last year, but we are playing catch up. Inflation obviously is affecting everyone, and the teacher salary increases and the staff benefit costs, of which I was very interested to hear your benefit discussion, as we find that to be a very similar problem, really are impacting the budget. So I'm here to just share that there will be a loss of seats for this coming year based on the budget allocation. Just to show you perspective, this is shows you over time where the total budget is in relation to the growth of seats. And as I've mentioned, the investment that Durham County has made is only reflected here in the funds that come for Durham Pre-K directly through early years. Durham County has also invested significantly in early education and other pots of funding. So I want to be clear, I'm only speaking about those dollars that are administered for our local Durham Pre-K seats. Durham Public Schools gets some money directly for WITted, as well as funding for Murray-Massenburg. But we, out of the Durham Pre-K money that comes to us, we do fund seats at Durham Public Schools also. So I was asked to just sort of address where we would be. The Durham Pre-K Governance Committee is an outstanding group of citizens who volunteer their time to serve, and they guide our decision-making and our program foundation. We had a meeting last week to our scheduled May meeting. We chose to discuss scenarios for funding, and we did identify strategies for meeting the budget. And the group did vote to give guidance to the staff to make cuts in priority order. So, does that mean all of these things will get completely cut? No, it means that these are the priorities that governance has set, and we will try to balance in the best way that we can. You know, we're not going to just say, well, we're going to meet our budget by cutting seats. That's not what we're going to do. We're going to go through to identify the things we're required to do. Obviously, the required teacher raises have to be implemented because our program foundation says that our teachers get paid on the Durham Public School scale, period. That's not negotiable, so therefore the budget revolves around that. In addition, though, the priorities being set by governance give the staff direction and will really help us as we strategically reduce services without compromising the program. And then lastly, and then I'll be happy to answer any questions, I'll share that you have hired for CCSA, now we're early years, you have planned to hire us again to re-administer this project. And the program services piece of the budget is a huge component. And we know that we are not just going to cut the budget on the instructional side, we will cut it on the program service side in order to balance. And so therefore, this priority order has been established for reductions in the program services. Not that all of these things will be eliminated, but we will use this as our priority order. We do have to, so for example, we are not giving staff cost of living increases, but we do have to put more money to cover our staff benefit increases, just as you struggle with in your county. As a small nonprofit, your benefits are the holy grail. Obviously ours are very different as a smaller nonprofit. But these cuts will be strategically completed to not compromise services, and we look forward to working with you as partners as we continue to make sure this program is meeting the needs of the community.
Wow. I have a lot of thoughts on that. Thank you so much, Linda, Maytal, Donna, for your work. I think, so like if I'm understanding this presentation correctly, like there's not necessarily a cut in funding, but it is a cut of services. Like that's the overall summary because...
Yeah, it's a flat funding budget, but it is a cut because of the increased costs.
And for me, I know we'll get into the budget commissioner discussions and stuff. I feel like that's a significant concern for me, especially as we're talking about like the increased cost of expenses for DPS. Like I know that we have to continue raising our funding to DPS, but like this is kind of like an upstream conversation for me. Like if we don't make that increased investment at our Durham pre-K, we're going to always have to make a much larger investment into Durham public schools, because if we're not investing at that early education level, our kids are already going to be behind when they go into Durham public schools and will need additional resources. So like, I guess my comments will then come when we're in the board discussion period, but I'll go to Commissioner Burton.
Thank you, Chair Alam, and thank you for this presentation. I am very glad that you pay your staff, the staff, what DPS teachers get paid. That makes me feel really, really good, because I think that's important, and that you invest in professional development for your educators, because one of the things that we have to do, and I think about us collectively, is as county government, as commissioners, is getting the message out about how pre-K really benefits us as a county as a whole. And I think there's some people's perceptions about, okay, we're just babysitting, and that is not the case. We are educating little people. I did it, and we're making sure they're ready for kindergarten and education beyond. So being committed to this as a county. So one of the things I want to ask when I'm looking at program services, like what are how much in the budget is invested in professional development for teachers and staff, and what are some of the things that I know, probably keeping up certifications and all of that. So I just wanted to get an idea about that.
I'm happy to send you some detailed numbers if you need them, but I will say that professional development is a tremendous priority. It's not just professional development as people think of it traditionally, workshops and that type of thing. We also have technical assistance coaches. So the coaching staff that work with teachers in their classrooms is a key component of that professional development. And there are the folks who work directly in the classroom. There are 3 full-time coaches who go into the classrooms. And I want to clarify that the coaching and professional development is also available to Durham Public Schools classrooms, as well, the preschool classrooms, as well as Head Start and the NC Pre-K classrooms. So, just to remind you that your budget is supporting across the whole, which is why we report to you both the number of seats you're locally funding as well as the seats that exist across the braided funding model, because those services are supporting that. So in terms of the PD component of the budget, I brought numbers about other things. I did not bring the exact numbers for that, but I'm more than happy to share that. But for example, if we were going to cut PD, the kind of things we would do that we plan to do is to We will continue to have our coaches. That's priority. So we will not be cutting those, because if anything, we need more coaching, not less. But some of the workshops that we do, that we've invested heavily in STEM, for example, as well as in emotional support for children, behavior management coming out of the pandemic. Some of the social and emotional needs of children have really been critical. We have spent some significant dollars in paying for some of those things, and what we will do is we will continue to offer resources, but we will look for less costly programs, basically.
Yeah, and the reason I asked that question is because I really am doing it for the wider Durham County audience. So people will understand that there's a lot of thoughtfulness that's going into the pre-K program, making sure like people don't understand about the coaches coming from education. I understand, you know, you have people who go in and help teachers become better at their craft. So we can talk offline because I know we're short on time, but I think this is good, and I appreciate you all coming to present to us. And how do we get this story out about that we are being very thoughtful and considerate about how we educate our kids. So thank you so much.
I just would like to add one thing to your point. This past school year, I was able to do site visits to all DPK classrooms in partnership with Durham Pre-K in this work, and that was one of the highlights I heard from every teacher and director, was the support that they receive from early years in their PD and technical assistance.
Commissioner Valentine?
Yeah, so thank you for your presentation here this afternoon. Earlier in the year, the entire delegation got together, and it seemed to me, or at least appeared to me, that there was a complete commitment with respect to pre-K. And I know that we're in a tough fiscal environment, but it's my hope, as we discuss later, that we don't backtrack in this particular area and lose ground. I think every dollar, and I've said this publicly, every dollar that we spend on children is worth every investment, a future investment, quite frankly, in Durham County. And so the cognitive development work that you do for our children, social-emotional development, goes into ensuring that our children are school ready, and that allows for us to have the type of outcomes that we desire. And so making that investment on the front end is something that we should be committed to. Now, how we get there, I mean, that's our job. But I'm hoping that as a board, we can work as hard as we can on the margins to ensure that we don't lose any ground in this particular area. So thank you.
Commissioner Jacobs?
Thank you so much. I'll echo what all of my board members have said. I believe this is one of the biggest priorities for Durham County government, and is really one of the jewels on our crown, and I definitely don't want to backtrack on making sure that we maintain at least the current level of funding that we have, accounting for the cost increases. So I think it's only about $750,000 difference between what was asked for and what was recommended. Is that right?
It's 1.1, a little bit over 1.1
Okay.
million. But because the recommendation is inclusive of WITted, and our request did not include WITted because we don't administer the funding for WITted.
Okay.
But
so in terms of, if you take WITted out, wasn't it about, was it about 750? I don't remember.
Shortage from the county.
Yeah. Yeah. So the difference between the ask for the program part that we administer and the flat funding was 1.127604.
Okay.
Nothing to do with WITted. And it is confusing because I can't emphasize enough how Durham County has invested in so many ways in early education. So I want to be really clear about that, because the funding, when you hire us,
yeah, that was what I was looking at there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this request that we made for 8.5633 was not inclusive of WITted.
Okay, I see.
And so taking out the money for WITted, the manager's recommended budget has what we would work with as flat.
Okay.
And it is very confusing because of so many layers.
Yeah, okay. So that's what we're looking at, is a 1.1 gap.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, but I agree that I would like to look at how we can try to find that money.
And I will say, I think it's important to know that 1.1 does not gain us any seats. It keeps us kind of where we are. So just to be really clear.
I'm talking about just maintaining the investment. I am concerned about the slide. It was the first chart. This is very concerning to me. When we're looking at, now we're talking about seats, what's going on with DPS? I mean, so we see when we look at private sites, we're seeing a trend of basically, maintaining or increasing capacity. Head Start is doing a great job. And then we look at DPS, and we see they dropped this past year from 78% capacity of their enrollment rate to 69%. And we had this conversation last year during our budget with them about why are they not filling their pre-K seats. And to see that they have actually done worse. This is unacceptable to me. This is unacceptable. And we have to understand as a board what is going on here, because our Durham pre-K dollars are supposed to be braided funding. We should be leveraging every single seat. So the fact that we are not filling those seats, we're leaving children behind. And I know that in their budget is for Moorhead Montessori to add pre-K seats there. Now, of course, we want to figure out how to do that. But if they're not even using the seats that they have, and there was a whole conversation last year, this is for the benefit of our new board members, that the way, and Linda can explain this much better than me, but we are not drawing down our full capacity of eligible potential state and federal money that could go into the DPS classrooms, which means we end up using more local money than we need to. So that's another problem, and that's why I asked at the our joint meeting with Durham Public Schools about this MOU, because a year ago, what Linda explained is that DPS pre-K and Durham pre-K needs to collaborate and work together and come up with a strategy of how to be eligible for the DPS seats to be eligible for their maximum non-local funding. And we also need data sharing so that we know, because if you notice, what we don't have in this presentation is, and I'm sorry that Vice Chair Dr. Lee isn't here, but to understand how is our investment paying off? What are we seeing in terms of the literacy reading levels when children are screened before they go into kindergarten, to see how are our kids doing who go through these programs, to show that this is paying off, and we don't have that. And we need that. So, okay, I'll just stop and let you talk.
Well, I just wanted to share that as of the middle of May, we have a data sharing agreement with Durham Public Schools, which we're very excited about. It's been a long journey, and we're very happy to have that in writing. The next steps being, of course, to share the data. And so for the current school year that's ending shortly, we will be receiving data points on our preschool children that are enrolled in Durham Public Schools. We have those for the other children, and it's a piece of the data that comes out of the teacher classroom level assessments. And so we will be able to look at our children to display and to talk about how they're doing in comparison to other children across the country at their same age. This is not data that will tell us about children who have been in the program over time. This is not data about the progress children are making once they leave the preschool, but this is a very big first step in getting data from the district to go with the data we already have. So we're very excited about that, and once the school year's over, we will be compiling that information and sharing it with you. We do have preliminary information from the other partners that is very, very exciting about the impact of the services on our children. I will say, I certainly don't pretend to speak for Durham Public Schools, but for the partnerships that we have with Head Start, Durham's Partnership for Children as the administrator of NC Pre-K, and Durham Public Schools, we have worked very hard to create a collaborative program. But within that collaborative, every program has its own policies and rules. And we know what the barriers are for our families to enrolling their children, and those include things like after-school care, transportation, support services when a child has some types of developmental needs. There's a variety of barriers, and we continue to work with Durham Public Schools to prioritize some of the strategies that we believe will make it possible for families to choose to enroll at their schools.
Thank you. And one of my other follow-up questions was going to be around the RAP care issue, because the Durham Pre-K is only 6.5 hours, and obviously that doesn't work for all working parents. If you could talk a little bit about that, and obviously that's not something that even maintaining the budget gets us there, but any thoughts that you all have, because this is a team, and this is, again, an awesome team in front of us. What are some other thoughts about how we can try to deal with the issue around lap care, or whatever the right term is? RAP care, sorry.
I mentioned before, after Commissioner Burton's question, that I was able to do site visits to all Durham Pre-K classrooms, and I'm happy to report that all private sites in Head Start provide RAP care to families. So I just wanted to highlight that.
Yeah, and just also to clarify around the budget. So several years ago, when we received an increase in our Durham Pre-K allocation, it was clearly said that you wanted us to help support RAP care for the financially neediest families. So the way we do that, and one of the reasons that you hire us, is that we work across all systems to first connect families to resources they're eligible for. So if a family is eligible for support from DSS for RAP care, we work to connect them with DSS. But many families are not eligible for that, and sometimes they are at capacity and there's a wait list. So the Durham Pre-K budget that you allocate to us, in the current year, we are funding 32 children, the highest need financially children. We are paying for their RAP care, which adds up to close to $172,000 for the year. So out of the budget, we have 32 children presently who receive support to attend RAP care from your county allocation, from local dollars. That does not include the children who are accessing through other doorways, like DSS or like some of the Head Start funds. The other thing we do that's part of that package of what you asked us to prioritize is for the most needy financially families, we support them in a summer experience, because Durham Pre-K ends when school ends, and they don't go to kindergarten, obviously, until August. So it costs around $30,000 to fund 15 summer scholarships for preschool children. And we do that, but we first, everybody gets tired of me saying, I say it all the time, Durham County money spent last. That is our mantra. So we first look to connect families with other resources. And the value also in that is that many of those other resources continue beyond preschool. So if a family accesses a WRAP Care after-school voucher from DSS, unless their circumstances change and they remain eligible, then they can be picked up for after-school care and when they enter kindergarten and beyond. So that's an advantage. So we always want to connect them to the other resources first. The thing about WRAP Care, it's not a simple solution. I mean, from the pandemic, you heard all the time about how families were struggling to find appropriate opportunities for their children in the out-of-school time. I mean, it's a reality. And Durham Public Schools, in fact, went to a lottery system for after-school care, which is interesting, and because they could not accommodate the demand. And so what I will say is that WRAP Care, before school and after school, that's what we call WRAP Care, it is a very complex issue, and it involves, of course, first the workforce. But secondly, it involves a lot of facility management and, having those after-school opportunities. And so for preschool kids, it gets even more complicated because 4-year-olds have very different needs. But it can be done. All of our private sites are doing it, and Head Start does it. So I think that we have prioritized working with Durham Public Schools to adjust their approach to WRAP Care. And we have heard that there's some movement to add back in WRAP Care at Whitted. They stopped doing it several years ago.
Commissioner Burton?
Yeah, I just want to reiterate that working in a school about finding the staff to work after school care, before school care. Usually we depended upon with community ed, if I can go back, college students, right? So this labor shortage has affected that. And then also, I don't believe all schools do it, and then finding the space within the building to do it too. So it's a lot of challenges, but I think that's something that we should talk about, so we can make sure we're enrolling as many pre-K students who are eligible. But it is, I saw that for myself. So thank you.
That's all our questions. Thank you all so much. That now brings us to board discussion. Manager, how would you like us to go through board discussion?
Typically, when we have this time in the budget, we just allow the board to ask any questions they may have. We've captured questions throughout the day, and I know there are a few information request items that we are working on. This sometimes may be a short time frame, and then a longer one. We do ask if you'd like to send us your questions in email. That's often helpful, and we know it may take a while. I know some of you are going through your budget document, and it's quite a rich document, and so questions are being addressed.
Our next budget work session is this Thursday,
yes.
And we have another board discussion opportunity
yes,
then
we do.
as well.
We certainly do. It's next Thursday, another board opportunity then. Yeah. We are working with the superintendent. I know that was a question earlier, and they will present at either the 29th or the second meeting, the June 2nd meeting. So we are firming up those dates. So on the next meeting, it will be public safety focused, and we'll send the departments, EMS, the sheriff's office, and there are some others that are not public safety. Yeah, youth home and CISS. So it will be a rich conversation, and we look forward to your thoughts and recommendations.
If folks want to then follow Manager Hager's suggestion of like, why don't we send emails of our questions to the manager, and then that'll give staff time to look at it, review it, provide answers, and then Thursday, if there's still lingering questions on there, we can bring them up for further discussion.
I like that.
Yeah.
And what we'll do is send out the questions that are asked, so that there aren't duplicative questions. Yeah. It's fine if they are, but it may save some steps.
Okay. With that, then I guess folks ready to adjourn? Okay.
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion.
I don't think we need to make a motion. I think we just adjourn.
Oh.
Yeah.
Even better.
So we are adjourned.